Okay. Comm should be working. OBS shows it's recording. It sees the screen. I should have my screen previewed up here. Beautiful. Okay. Welcome to Operation Jungle Drums. For anybody who is watching this after the fact, this was recorded on the 20th of October. This will go up on YouTube thanks to Mr. Jack Dandy. He's going to be getting the file dump off of this, probably via Google Drive, and it should go up there. We'll see. At least that's the plan. We're going to be playing a one-shot version of Operation Jungle Drums, which is the 4th edition adventure redux of the original Heavy Gear adventure. So this will be its 3rd version. This is adjusted to be run as a one-shot campaign, so it is a little bit shorter, is a little bit truncated, and it does skip at least one encounter. So that is our goal, to get this all done in one session. To do that, we're going to drop the one session. We are using the pre-gen characters. For anybody who's watching live in the chat, the pre-gen characters are actually sitting in the text chat. You should be able to find them. They are a download. They are a PDF. They are the 4th edition incarnation of many of our characters. This does assume everybody who's playing has little to no experience with Heavy Gear, so we will start with a basic game tutorial. And hopefully everyone here at least has a vague experience with what an RPG is. We're going to go through a series of encounters, either social or combat. You guys are going to narrate what you're doing. What I do is I essentially do a round table. Unless we're in a dedicated initiative order, it will be, I'll start with one person and we'll work clockwise around the table. Any roll that I need to make, I actually have dice sitting in front of me in person, so they will be performed over there. I have some dice off to the side if we need to mark effects or something like that. Otherwise, everyone should have their miniature, which is marked with everybody's name. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Did we lose somebody?
No, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, hang on.
I see.
1, 2,
no, there
3,
we are.
4, 5.
I see Alia. Okay, we're good.
Right.
We are not playing with Lyle. So Lyle has been voted off the boat.
Sent back to the WFP.
Let's hope he got sent to the WFP. All right. Otherwise, let's go ahead and get rolling here. So, everyone's played through RPGs before, hopefully knows that kind of rough playthrough. Like I said, I do a round table, so it's going to start usually just working our way around. So, it'll be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just as we're going through social encounters. In combat, of course, we will use the initiative order. The actual gameplay of Heavy Gear, if you've played any other RPG, you have skills. You're going to use those skills to perform actions. Whenever you wish to perform an action, what you're going to do is you're going to tell me what skills you are going to use to do it. Now, for those who are watching on the video, the recording, I'm going to go ahead and pull up the character sheets that are available in Operation Jungle Drums. They'll be able to see it. If you guys are in the text chat, I'm sorry, you're going to have to pull this up yourselves because I'm just streaming the TTS window. So I've got Alia's or Catches up here, but they all look the same. We have a picture of your character in the top right. We have their name, a little bit of information, and their skills to the left. In the bottom left is a lot of their mechanical information. And then in the bottom right describes their gear and any personal equipment they have. So Alia has several skills, and you will see they are in 3 columns: domain, skill, and rank. Yes.
Where's the, you said the document that you dropped somewhere?
So I dropped it in our private chat. They are the PDF files available there.
The JD character write-up, right?
So JD character write-up is a PDF of how to play your character. If you scroll up a little bit further, there's a 08 JDDC appendix.
Ah, there it is. There it is. Okay, that's what I was looking for.
The appendix is the actual from the book. These are still work in progress, so they're not quite finished. There's going to be some typos and all that. The page numbers may not line up. But that's your actual character sheet. Your character skills are in the green and white table. So in the case of Katja here, she's got 3 columns, and that's everybody. You're going to have 1 column is domain, 1 column is skill, and the last column is rank. Can everybody see that?
Yes, yes.
Yep.
Rooster, I know you're having never done this before at all, so...
Yeah, I'm just opening up the docket.
Yep, you're
All
fine.
right, let's see. But go ahead. I think I'm tracking.
Okay.
I just kind of my question was
Yep.
really where are the skills, and now I found
Yep.
sorry, it's good.
It'll say Alia, whatever her last name, skills. All right. So domain is the
Mhm.
type of skill, and it tells you what the skill does. For example, gunnery skills are things used to shoot things. Those are the skills you're going to use to make attacks. Katja has skills in influence, which is getting people to do things, such as intimidation or persuasion. She has a melee skill, so she actually has a little bit of close combat training. She's got an awareness skill, which is her ability to notice and track her surroundings. And she's also got a mechanic skill, which is what she's going to use to repair things. The middle column skill is the specific specialization. So in Heavy Gear, you don't just have gunnery, I'm good with all guns. You actually pick a specialization. So in the case of Katja, she has 2 gunnery skills. One for gunnery heavy gear, which is her ability to shoot her gear's guns, and one for pistols. So that's her ability to fire and shoot pistols. When you make a skill test, what you're going to do is you're going to select a skill you're going to use. I'm not necessarily going to tell you what skill you have to use, although usually I'll tell you a preferred domain. So make a gunnery skill test, make a piloting skill test. You're then going to pick a skill from your skill list, ideally with that domain, to use for it. Now here's the thing. If your skill doesn't quite line up with what you're trying to do, you can still use it at a penalty. For example, Katja here has a gunnery pistol skill. What if she shoots an assault rifle? She is going to be able to use that pistol skill. It's still a gunnery skill, so it's still shooting things, but it's not actually used for assault rifles. It's her pistol skill. So she's going to still be able to use it at a penalty. This is to help us prevent anybody from being in a situation where they potentially can't use something. So Katja has a skill in pistols. She can still pick up an assault rifle and use it, albeit at a small penalty. If you have a skill that you think should apply, or can justify to me narratively how it would apply, you are allowed to use it even if it's not in the domain that I call out. The example we use in the rulebook is intimidation. Let's say you've captured a bandit and are trying to get some information out of them. Ideally, that should be an influence skill. You're trying to get information or persuasion, that should be an influence. However, you could use, say, melee kickboxer to say, hey, I know how to break people's jaw, and I'm going to remind this person of that to get the information I want. You're allowed to do that in Heavy Gear. You will incur some substantial penalties, but if you can narratively justify it to me, I can accept it. Everybody tracking so far?
Yep.
Hey,
Okay.
Yes, sir.
To make a skill test, what you are going to do is you're going to look at the rank. So let's say Katja here, who has Heavy Gear Gunnery 2, is going to make a ranged attack. She's going to go over. She's going to take 1d6. All skill tests start with 1d6. And she's going to add 1d6 per skill level she has. So she's skill level 2 gunnery. That means she rolls 3 dice to make a ranged attack. This can be modified for things like autocannons firing a bunch of rounds and going on full auto mode, catching somebody in the rear arc, or any other number of game effects. Once you have assembled your dice, the last thing you need to do is determine what's called your threshold number. So Heavy Gear uses exploding damage results, or exploding dice, where if you roll a certain number, additional copies of that number or other numbers are going to add to your total. So by default, if you're going to make an attack, there's 2 types of rolls. Sorry, let me rewind that. There's 2 types of skill tests. It's either opposed or unopposed. Is somebody trying to resist what you're doing, or is somebody not trying to resist what you're doing? You guys are kind of over around jumping a bit. If you can swing over here real fast to the DM side for me, so I can bring everyone together here to show you. So you can see the little dice I've got here. So this is Katja making her ranged attack. If Katja is shooting something that isn't moving or isn't attempting to resist her attack, there's going to be what's called a difficulty rating. That's the number you need to get to succeed at the roll. And whatever that number is the number you need to have exploding results. So let me show you with some dice here. Let's say the difficulty of this roll is a 5. You need a 5 or better to succeed. Katja's going to roll the dice.
And roll really well.
Take out your highest result. Doesn't matter what it is. You will always take out the highest result. And then you're going to look at your remaining dice. Any of the remaining dice that got that threshold number, which in her case we said was 5 because that's what she needs to hit, adds 1 to her final total. So that 6 is actually going to turn into a 7 because she rolled another 5 or better. If this is a independent roll, which is where nobody's opposing it, that difficulty number sets what you need to roll to get additional copies. If the required number is higher than a 6, you can still try it. 6s will always add 1 to your highest result, but you may incur some additional penalties from it if it's too high. If it's an opposed roll, you always modify on 5s. Doesn't matter, there's no difficulty for an opposed roll. You simply have to roll better than the other guy. So it's possible to roll absolute garbage on an opposed roll and still hit somebody. We'll see that a little bit more once we actually start shooting and playing. The last thing to know about dice is you will have a number of effects that are defined as TB and TP bonuses, which is threshold bonus, threshold penalty. Those affect what number you need on the dice to have it qualify to add 1 to your highest. That doesn't make the result you need any easier. If you still need an 8 to succeed, you still need an 8. It just means you're more consistent at actually collecting those dice into +1s. The most common source of that all of you have is going to be your gear. So if you look at your gear stat block, which will be on the character write-ups.
Yep.
There is a column labeled GU, one labeled PI, and one labeled EW. They can be pluses, they can be minuses, they can be zeros. For everyone watching on the stream, let me pull one up here. So here, I'm looking at Alia's character sheet. Her Iguana Commando has a gunnery of +0, a piloting of +1, and an EW of +2. That threshold where you add it, where you roll and get to add to your highest die, those are affected by those stats. So Alia has a +1 piloting stat. When she's trying to dodge an attack, whatever number she needs to qualify to add more to her highest die, she gets +1. It improves by 1. Normally you would need a 5 or better to add 1 to your highest roll. When her Iguana makes it a 4. If you've played Blitz, this is how Blitz works. We've just got 2 separate levers going here. Once we actually play it and we see it in a little bit of effect, we get a chance, we will, in fact, actually, let's just go ahead and do that. Let's just go ahead and do a sample range attack real fast. All right, so I got Katja here. So let's say Katja's shooting Alia for some reason. I don't know why she would want to shoot Alia. But who knows? So Katja shooting...
Because Alia said something about the uniform.
Probably. So Katja shoots Alia. Katja has her attack dice here. Alia is going to be able to get to roll to defend against this attack. Anytime you're attacked, if you know where the attacker exists, you will be able to attempt to resist it. Alia is going to be dodging. The appropriate skill for dodging is piloting. So, Rooster, you have Alia's character sheet. What is Alia's piloting heavy gear skill?
2.
2. So that means she's going to get 1 dice plus 2. If you want to get the dice out and roll, go for it. So 1 dice plus 2 for the skill.
Gotcha.
Now, she might get extra dice for things like cover and all of that. But let's go ahead and roll the attack here. So go ahead and roll your dice. Okay. This is an opposed roll.
Oh, poor Alia.
This is an opposed roll. So what we're going to do is we're both going to take out our highest die. Katja got a 6, Alia got a 3. Because this is an opposed roll, by default, any other dice you have that show a 5 or better are going to increase that highest die by 1.
Hmm.
Alia doesn't have any.
Well.
Neither does Katja. But if they had additional 5s or better, they would add 1. Alia has a Iguana Commando, though. And the Iguana Commando has a piloting stat of +1. Anytime you make a skill test related to the piloting of the gear, such as a defense roll, that plus improves your threshold numbers. So Alia, instead of modifying on 5s, would actually be doing it on 4s to reflect the Iguana's better control and maneuverability. So in theory, Alia should be pretty consistently able to dodge this attack, but we rolled shit today, so be it.
Not this time.
Mhm. Should not have made that crack about
Apparently,
Javi's neediness.
for damage, you take the final totals, so in this case 6 to 3. The person who initiated the
Now, is mine actually...
I'm sorry?
You said +1 to my roll, so do I actually roll a 4 or just stay with 3?
So normally when you roll, you need a 5 or better to add to your highest die.
Oh, that's right. I need a 4 better. So
Yep.
never mind. I got you.
Piloting, the gunnery, and the EW improves that number. If it's negative, it worsens it. It's a consistency
+1 to
thing.
modify.
+1 to modify.
+1 to threshold.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the
Gotcha.
term
Okay,
is
so I
threshold.
just
The term is threshold. Threshold is the thing you need to roll for a dice to add 1 to your highest.
Hi, dragon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we
got a 3 versus 6.
Yep. So Alia wins, or Alia loses this roll. Katja wins. If it's a tie, by default, it goes to the person who initiated the action, unless there's an ability that says otherwise. So if we both rolled a 3, Katja would win, unless there's a rule that says otherwise. Katja wins the roll by 3. The Iguana has a rule called the early warning system, which, for those of you who play Blitz, is the agile ability. It says it wins instead. But Katja won by 3. We're going to take that 3. We're going to add it to her weapon damage. There is a quick little weapon chart at the bottom of the character write-ups, which I'm pulling over onto the video for people who are watching on the YouTubes. You're going to find the weapon. In this case, Katja's only real weapon is a light autocannon. The ranges work the same way you're used to if you play Heavy Gear Blitz. We are going to be running this in what's called Blitz mode, where we are using inches instead of squares. So a light autocannon in this situation has a range of 6 to 18/36. Those are going to be in inches. If you run it on squares, you can put it in squares. It's also 1 inch per 10 meters if you want to do it in narrative scale. The first 2 numbers are your optimum range. If you shoot things in that range, you do not incur any penalties. Damage is the next number. Katja's win by 3 is going to add to this number here, the damage, to actually do damage to the target. And then over to the side, we have things like traits, which are optional abilities or things the weapon has. If you've played Blitz, the new column here is ammo. There is ammo tracking. You are going to have to account for the fact that you have ammunition. Ammunition is the number of total attacks that you can make with that weapon before it needs to be reloaded as an action. It does not matter if you use the autocannon in full automatic or in semi-auto mode. None of that matters. It is just how many attacks you make. In this case, light autocannon has 6 attacks before it needs to reload. The last column to the right is mode. This is going to tell you what things like line of sight you need. So D is direct, means you need to have line of sight to your target. I is indirect. That means the target has to be on your sensors. We'll get to sensors in a second. M is for melee. You're going to have to be in base contact with them. You're going to have to be basically right next to them. And then P is proximity. Proximity actually potentially hits everybody within the weapon's range, friend or foe, in all directions. It's kind of a pulse around your character. On the sensors point, Heavy Gear is a game that does care about battlefield awareness. You don't get to just know everything on the table because it exists. All gears and all vehicles, unless they say otherwise, have a sensor rating of 18. This is called standard sensors. That means anything within 18 inches or its narrative equivalent, which is listed in the rulebook, you will be able to see with some restrictions. So the vehicle sensors will let you see vehicles or active electronics. And the vehicles do have to be active, by the way. So a gear that's turned on qualifies. If the gear's off, it will not appear on your sensors. Sensors are not going to be blocked by things like trees, but can be blocked by buildings and reinforced military structures.
Or just like a big hill or something else big and solid.
Yes.
Is that right?
So, yeah, a hill would block it because that's a sufficiently large piece of terrain. Mountains are another good example.
Yeah.
Sensors are just, if you imagine a video game, they're the little mini map that tells you where everybody is. That's sensors. Yeah. If something is on your sensors, you know your distance to it. You will be able to know things like, what is it? What is its affiliation, if the computer can figure it out? And what is it armed with? So if you catch an enemy hunter on sensors, you'll know it's a hunter, it has these weapons, and it's working for this person, unless there's some type of shenanigans going on there. You also have things like infrared and night vision and thermals. Those are visual spectrum. They still exist as part of the sensor suite, but they don't let you lock onto a target in the same way that your regular sensors will. If something appears on your regular sensors, you can, quote, lock onto it, which is going to be useful for things like indirect attacks or calling in artillery, or Alia has hacking, for example. Alia needs to be able to have them on her sensors. I heard a beep. Oh, thank you, Yolanda.
Do any of the gears we're running with have better than standard sensors? Like,
yes. Yes, there is somebody with better than standard sensors. Yeah, I believe it should be Alia. Alia has recon sensors. Is it Alia?
Yeah, I'm guessing it's one of the iguanas, but
no, I'm sorry,
didn't
it's
look
Lucian.
at their stats.
It's Lucian. The iguana commando swaps out some of the sensor range. Lucian actually has a 24-inch sensor bubble.
Yep, and here's the one we're not running with today.
No, we have Lucian's here. Lucian's here. That's the duelist.
Oh, yeah, the duelist. Sorry,
yeah,
I was thinking of
we're missing Lyle.
Sniper gun. Lyle, right.
Lyle's big thing is he has a Jaeger commando which has anti-tank missiles in it.
Oh, yeah, which is a rifle.
A really nice anti-heavy armor option. Either way. Yeah, we
won't run into anything like that, though.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. But yeah, Lucian has a 24-inch sensor bubble. He gets to do this within 24 blitz inches.
Nice.
Okay. A lot of this other stuff will cross the bridge when we come to it. So otherwise, what else do we need to hit? Perks, flaws, and personality traits. So if you go to your character sheet, go to the blue and white table, and go towards the bottom. There's an aptitudes, quirks, and adversity section. Okay. These are narrative personality traits about your character. I'm looking at Alia right now, and I have Alia on screen for those who are on the YouTubes. Alia has the aptitude, scrappy resilience, the quirk, woman of the people, and the adversity, loose cannon. These are all personality traits that hopefully their name kind of explains what they are. Her aptitude is that she's a very resilient person. She's been through a lot. It takes a lot to keep her down, and she can keep going when many others would give up. She's a bit of a populist. She used to grow up on the slums and on the streets, so she's very in tune with the plight of the average person. Doesn't like seeing it when authority rolls over them or if they're being taken advantage of. Despite that, she has a little bit of a loose cannon. She has a habit of going off maybe a little bit too often.
And she has a bazooka.
She has a bazooka. I know, that's some really good therapy here. Now, the way that these work is whenever you make a skill test, you may invoke one of those three things. The aptitude, the quirk, or the adversity. If you invoke an aptitude, you will get plus 1d6 to whatever skill check you're trying to make. If you can, again, narratively justify it. So if Alia's, this scrappy resilient here, I'm sorry, I'm just making sure I have Helios. I just noticed you might not have been bumped up. So if we're like, Alia's getting shot at, but she's dug in and she's not ready to give up yet, you can invoke Scrappy Resilience to get 1 extra d6 on your defense roll. Or maybe she doesn't take kindly to people rolling over these civilians. You're going to use Woman of the People to get an extra d6 on your bazooka round. The aptitudes and the quirks can be used for positive effects, bonus dice. The quirk and the adversity can be used for penalties. Her being a loose cannon in this situation is not really a good thing. It's more her mouthing off at superiors, which may cause problems. Whenever you invoke them, the adversity, it's always negative. The quirk can be used either positive or negative. You will lose a die from the skill roll. You may be wondering, why would I do something that makes me lose dice? Well, the positive effect ones, like the aptitude, or if you use the quirk for a bonus, you can only do those once per session. Unless you use a negative one, in which case you can get a positive one back. So if you use Alia's Scrappy Resilience to survive the roll, you can't use Scrappy Resilience again until you've used something, either the adversity or the quirk, in a negative way. You can keep using the negatives as long as you want. In the full, actual campaign, using the negatives infers to you experience points. So you're encouraged to kind of roleplay that character's downsides. Here, though, they're going to get you back your good effects. If everybody has a look at their aptitudes, quirks, and adversities and has any questions about what they are or what they mean, let me know.
I do have one about one of my attributes, but if it's okay with you, I'll ask it now because it ties into quirks and
Sure.
things, which is the fact that I have fixation paranoia, which from what I understand of fixation, it's a double up because I've basically got paranoia twice because fixation gives you an extra adversity.
So, you have the adversity paranoia. When it comes to the actual rolling of a skill test, you can say, oh my god, my character's paranoid as a downside.
Yep.
I'm trying to make a skill test to spot an ambush, but I'm incredibly paranoid and I'm spending way too much time checking all the little nooks and crannies, even though nothing could reasonably happen.
That I understand.
Now, below that are the perks and flaws.
Yes.
Which is the part I'm about to get to, and that's, I think, where your question is, why is there a second paranoia there?
Yes.
Well, first off, Jan is an incredibly paranoid guy.
Fair enough. Okay, that makes sense.
Very, very paranoid. If you scroll up, though, there is in his, go to his write-up.
Mm-hmm.
At the very, very end, it will talk about, he has a perk called Perceptive 1.
Mm-hmm.
He has a perk called Fitness 1, or Fit 1.
Yep.
And then he's also got Enemy 1 and Fixation Paranoia. So, Heavy Gear does not use traditional numbered attributes like a Dungeons and Dragons. You don't have a strength of 13 or a strength of +1. Instead, what you're going to get are these. So in this case, Fit is effectively Constitution, Perceptive is Perception. Since he has one rank in both of those perks, if you make a skill test that pertains to that, where his physical fitness or his natural perception come into the situation, you will win ties whenever you're making those skill tests. On the flaws side, this is where we get a little bit into some of the larger narrative here. Not all the flaws are the most applicable. His two flaws are Enemy 1. That means as the DM, you actually get to make an enemy for him who can be hunting him down. He has political enemies, and that's used for narrative effect. Fixation Paranoia means he is paranoid to a level that's like actively harming his day job.
Mm-hmm. So mechanically, does that mean I can call in that adversity twice effectively because I have it as an adversity and also as the fixation, which functions like an adversity?
So the perks and flaws don't work quite that way.
So I'm just going off the description in the book.
Yeah, so in the book, So in general, like, you can't invoke the fact that my character is fit for a bonus on a roll. It comes up as needed.
Oh yeah, no, I understand that.
Yeah, specifically with the paranoia one on the fixation, I believe.
Because what's
Yeah,
written
it's
is
essentially an additional adversity. You're double paranoid, basically.
yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Cool. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't a double up. That's all.
Yeah,
It
it's
would mean that you could use paranoid for an advantage and then also a disadvantage.
Oh no, it's a disadvantage all the time.
it's always a yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
You could use the fixation to reset the regular paranoid.
Yeah.
Or a positive or something like that. It basically gives you 2 negatives you can invoke at a time.
Yeah.
So for example, we can go through some other ones. Nobody here is playing Lyle. Lyle's fine. Lucian's a fun one. So his aptitude is he's a natural born pilot. So if you're, hey, I'm making a piloting check, Lucian's kind of just a natural at this. You can invoke it to get +1 dice to that roll. You can't do it again until you can bring up either his conflicting allegiances where, hey, he's looking at these people on the ground. He doesn't really care about this whole SIU business. Maybe that hurts him. Or he's just a narcissistic prick who wants to show off. So maybe you go in to make a melee attack, and because Lucian has his narcissistic grandeur, he actually takes a penalty when making the attack because he tries to make it look really cool. That's what that's going to do.
Which actually ties in really well to duelists, because one of the effects with their thing is that if you make an attack and make it showy, you get extra stuff.
There's some bonuses. Which brings us to the last thing. On everybody's character sheet, there is a special section. So all characters have what's called an archetype. It is your character class. Everyone is a level 3 of their respective archetype, which is about halfway up. These are actually reasonably high-level characters, so you have some cool abilities, even though their skill set doesn't quite line up. One of the interesting things about Heavy Gear is that you have basically 3 progression paths. You have equipment access, special abilities, and skills. These guys are a little bit more advanced on special abilities and vehicles, but they don't necessarily have the skill set to super back it up well. But looking at Jan, so Jan's special thing is he is the archetype commander. That doesn't make you the literal team leader. That kind of just means you're the battlefield tactician. For those who are familiar with other RPGs, think of them like a bard. At the start of each encounter, you get 3 command points, and every minute, which is 10 rounds, you're going to get 1 additional command point. You can issue an order at any time during your turn. You can issue multiple orders. When you do so, you're going to pick up to 3 friendlies to receive it, if it needs recipients, and you're going to roll an influence skill test versus the order's listed difficulty. If you equal or beat the difficulty, the order goes off and the effects last until the start of your next turn. If there is an enemy hacker out, though, do be careful. They can jam you. And if they manage to jam you, you're going to have to get rid of that before you can start issuing more orders.
Or just shout really loud.
So there is an audio element to it. In order to be in range to receive an order, you have to be able to hear the actual command, which means communications. So for you guys, so long as Jan can broadcast and you can receive, you count as an eligible person to receive that order. Or if he's on the ground, it has to be in verbal range. Working our way down the line, Miranda. Miranda's a gear pilot, so she gets a lot of special bonuses that make her more efficient in what she does. She gets to ram and reload for free. So when we get to combat, we'll see that you can take lots of actions, but it will take penalties when you do so. Miranda just says, some of these are free. She also gets a free patch action, which is heal. It only ever heals 1 damage, but it's just a free 1 damage heal. And whenever we pause for an intermission, she has a passive ability to either add 1 to her weapon's optimum range or get +1 movement. And she'll be able to pick that essentially anytime we stop, so you can change that. Lucian is the complicated one. Lucian is a duelist. So Lucian's abilities are, number 1, if somebody gets in his melee range, they can't leave. Normally you can leave. It takes a skill test to do so, to disengage without being attacked. Lucian just says, you can't leave. You're stuck in here with me. His major
Yay,
mechanic...
R2.
Yeah, his big mechanic, though, is called momentum. At the start of each encounter, you gain 1 momentum point. And you gain 1 momentum at the start of each turn. So, in theory, on your first turn, you actually start with 2. You declare your melee attacks as normal, but when you go to make a melee attack, you may choose to spend momentum to make it a special attack. The amount of momentum you have to spend is listed by the special attack. Lucian has access to 8 of them for this adventure. Okay? So you can do the fast punch. This costs 1 momentum. The opponent suffers minus 1d6 to their dodge attempts, but your threshold for the attack is going to get worse by 1. So you're a little less consistent, but they dodge worse. You can do the bob and weave, which gives you a penalty to the attack, a bonus to the target, but instead of doing damage, you get to move 2 inches and just leave combat. You just dodge out of the way. Whenever you hit with a special move, or just any melee attack at all, you're going to get 1 momentum back. So you can go up, declare 4 melee attacks, punch, get a momentum, spend that momentum to make another fast punch, and just keep going. And then the last effect is that every one of these you hit decreases the cost of all the upcoming ones by 1, and it can go to 0. So it's essentially a combo mechanic.
Yeah, I could use all my actions for melee.
And it can give you a massive discount to those special moves. It does have to be a special move to when you hit to lower the cost of all other ones. There also is one thing. Each special move only gets to be used once per turn, except for the swing special move, which its special ability is that it's not limited by that.
Yeah.
The idea is
so it allows you to keep generating momentum.
And it's the combo setup. Like, you go in, you swing 3 times, that reduces the cost of your next one by 3. Rapid slash is the bottom one. It makes your rapid slash at the end totally free.
So are the special moves, are they separate from like your regular action attack?
No, so whenever you...
Or they are linked,
You declare your turn, you declare your melee attacks and all that. Whenever you go to actually make a melee attack, pick up the dice to roll the melee attack, you may choose to make it a special move by spending the momentum. You don't have to declare it in advance. It's when you go to actually make the attack.
Oh, okay.
All right.
This does mean you take the normal action penalties for taking multiple actions.
So we'll hit combat here in a second. There is a penalty for just a natural game penalty for making lots of attacks in a row. But
the idea is that you offset it with your special moves.
You're getting some bonuses for it,
Yeah.
And high-level duelists...
No, I think I understand,
And high-level duelists and high-level machines get to basically do 4 of them for free. Let's go talk about Alia real fast. So Alia, your only real special ability is you get to use your gunnery skill to fix things once per session. Basically represents her innate knowledge of how guns work she can use to fix something. And all of your weapons count as having 1 additional ammo, and your reloads are free. Also, if any of your weapons jam, you just get to jam it for free. You get to clear the jam for free. Alia's big thing in this campaign is she is the only one with electronic warfare ability. So you have been warned. She is able to hack things. Hacking in this game falls into one of 2 categories. You can either hack or jam. If you jam something, they don't get communications. If you go for hack, you actually reduce their stats. All right, nobody's playing Lyle because nobody likes Lyle. And we had a typo. We had a typo on whoever's playing Katja. I apologize. Katja's special abilities didn't get transported over correctly. Her ability in this campaign, if we need to make repairs between an encounter, she'll have some bonuses to that. Her big ability is to be able to pick a friend within 6 whenever that friend makes an attack, they can change one of the damage to a damage result of the attacker's choice. So it basically says you can aim for like the head or something like that. It represents her knowledge being passed on to saying, hey, go shoot that part. In combat, though, Catch's big thing is she is the only one aside from Miranda, and Miranda can only do it once for 1 hit point. Catcha can just actually fix things. Okay. Let's hit the combat real fast, and then we can go ahead and get going. So combat, if you've played Heavy Gear Blitz, is going to play very similar, but there are a couple differences. The first thing that'll happen at the start of a combat encounter is we will roll initiative. Initiative is an awareness skill test. For most of you, that's going to be combat sense. It is an unopposed roll, so that means your threshold is 5. Or it is an unopposed roll with a difficulty of 5, so that means you need a 5 for your threshold. There is no pass-fail, it's just whoever gets the biggest number. If you guys tie, you'll be able to pick who goes first or who goes second. So if 2 of you roll a 6, you'll get to pick between you who goes first. It will be set for the entire encounter. When it's your turn, the first thing you will need to do is declare a posture, which is like speed in Heavy Gear Blitz. There are a couple more options, though, aside from just what we call standard speed, braced, and I think it's full speed is the other one, sorry.
Yeah, I think that's right.
All out, I'm sorry. All out is what we called it.
Ah.
So there's standard, which is you may, what that lets you do is move 1 time up to your gear's MR rating, which for most of you is going to be 6 or 8. If you go braced, you stand still. You can change your facing, you can shuffle around up to 1 meter. You're going to get a bonus to attacks and a penalty to dodging. If you go all out, you get to double move, but those reverse. So if you double move, you have to declare it, but you'll lose a die on your attack and gain a dice on your dodging. You can also do things like dug in. Digging in lets you take the brace posture, so long as you didn't move on the previous turn, but get some other bonuses to things like aiming. You can remain totally stationary, or you could go even crazier speed. Either way, you're going to pick one. Then what you're going to do... Sorry.
Oh.
Go ahead.
No, that's fine. No, it's not. It's... Yeah.
Okay. Once you've declared your speed, whatever your posture is, you actually go ahead and make your moves. So you can... Let me grab a mini here. I've got this little striking Jaeger. He's going to say, okay, I'm going to move here, do something, and then declare an action. I'm going to shoot somebody. I'm going to open a door. I'm going to do whatever. You can keep finishing your move. So I can say, hey, I'm going to finish my move and go here and do more actions. At any point during your moves, you can stop and you can declare actions. You don't actually perform them until after you've declared all of them and finished where you're going to move. So, for example, this Jaeger is going to move here, shoot this guy, shoot that guy, move over here, and punch this dude in the face. 3 actions. You're allowed up to 4 actions, so that's going to be perfectly fine. Once you've declared all your actions, declared your moves, we actually go about resolving them. Those are going to be skill tests for attack and dodging. The only thing that's going to really hurt you, though, is for every action you declare, you're going to incur a penalty. It represents you being a little bit too mentally overtaxed, trying to do too many things at one time. It's going to be a 1d6 penalty per skill you declare to every skill roll you make. So Mr. Jaeger here, he declared 3 actions. Every action is going to take a 3d6 penalty. There is a way to get around that a little bit. You have something called an action point, which you get at the start of the round. You can spend your action point to let an action be ignored for that penalty. Basically pretend like it didn't happen. The action point's also what you're going to use to declare reactions. And we'll see a little bit more of that once we actually get into a combat encounter, though. But with that aside, let's go ahead and actually get rolling here so we can actually see what all that stuff does. It's a whole bunch of words. Words aren't as entertaining. All right. So welcome to Operation Jungle Drums. The group of 5 of you, just as a little bit of information, have been assembled for this task. Lucian, Miranda, and Alia know each other a little bit. Lazarus and Lyle is not here, are still kind of fairly new to this. You are all brought into the office of Commandant Lazarus of the SIU, the Militia's Special Intervention Unit. This is a rare honor, usually indicating that a mission is very important and upcoming, although being called into the boss's office is never particularly great. Seated at his desk, which is covered in maps, charts, and paperwork, is Lazarus, who's a very thin, intense man in his early 50s. He remains completely seated, beckoning everybody in. As soon as the door is shut and everyone is assembled, he immediately jumps into the operational briefing. Over the last several months, there have been several attacks on Republican convoys coming out of the Ogadog mines. Copper and bauxite ore mines are in the jungle north of Southern Republic and represent an important source of income and war materials. It's believed that these attacks are not the acts of isolated bandits, but of a more organized group. Reports seem to indicate they possess at least 5 gears, and twice the convoys have been attacked with man-portable rocket launchers. He pulls out a piece of paper. On the following satellite map, he points to a few points of interest that look like small little flame bursts. These identify the last 5 attacks on convoys from the mine, as well as 3 attacks on merchant caravans passing on the road to Madras. The last raids may not be related to the convoys from the mines, but the speed and the efficiency of the operations lead us to believe they are the same aggressors. You will be deployed into the swamps to find the bandits' base and estimate their forces. Each of you will be issued a pencil video record or video camera to record visual data and location. The probable location of the bandits' hideout is in one of the mountain ranges surrounding the Ogadog Valley, but we do not know where it is. It is possible they are using the small farming and fishing settlements along the river or in the mountains as advance posts for their raids. The village of Tuaden, situated on the Knob River, has been identified as a potential secondary hideout based on the location of the attacks. You will be deployed by Wallfish and meet the convoy at point A. Motions over to a side on one edge of the paper. At 0900 hours on day 1. Your mission will be to escort the convoy down the valley, and assuming nothing happens, you will arrive at point B the same day at 2000 hours. Once the convoys arrived, you will radio Tijuana base for pickup. But should the convoy be attacked, your mission objective will change to locating the aggressor force, their base, and visually recon the area. These bandits may have gathered in large numbers, and we know they have anti-vehicle weaponry. Your mission is to discover their base and evaluate their strength, not to take them all on by yourself. Discretion is going to be essential. Once the mission is over, you are to get away to a safe distance from the base and fire 4 radio flares at 20-second intervals. Your airlift will arrive 45 minutes later, ideally choosing an open spot to land. If you get caught in a major losing firefight, send 3 flares at 10-second intervals. If feasible, orbital strikes will be called near your coordinates to create a diversion for you to escape. This is a last resort, and it might not be possible to arrange, so don't count on it too much. Once you complete this mission, report at day 3, 2100 hours to point B for pickup. Any unwarranted delay will signal the mission's failure, and as usual, if any of you are captured by enemy forces, the AST will deny knowledge of your mission. A small cyanide caplet has been hidden in your uniform's right cufflink, should you prefer to deal with capture in the most honorable manner. Any questions?
With all due respect, Lazarus, this sounds like a simple bandit hunt.
Which means it's perfect for you.
Huh.
The materials coming out of the mountains are very important to the Republic. We cannot afford their loss.
Are the bandits actually taking anything from the convoys?
Evidence suggests that some materials from the convoy have been taken. Several of the vehicles have been cleared of materials. Some of the merchant convoys have been completely raided.
Roger, so it's not just destruction. They're after something. Good to know. All right. Well, when do we leave?
Immediately.
Let's go.
You hit. Yeah. Jan will give him a crisp salute. Turn to the rest of the team. You heard the man. Wheels up and
Sorry,
wheels
I've
up
been muted and not realizing it. Do we have any technical specifications on the enemy gears? Gears is a rather large category.
They're using at least 5 machines. We don't have any evidence to suggest what they are. These are likely bandits in the middle of the Republic, though, so military surplus, battlefield salvage is what we expect.
Would it be possible
What's
to
the-
obtain any damage reports from the convoys?
There
At least tell us if we're dealing with.
haven't been any visual reports or sightings. We just know they're gear class targets.
What's this convoy carrying?
Bauxite and iron ore. I'm sorry, bauxite and copper.
Gotcha.
The merchant convoys were carrying your standard battery of merchant goods from food, medical supplies, trinkets, odds and ends. Anything they think they could sell.
Does that include munitions?
Likely a little bit.
Hmm.
They don't
So just
exactly
small
keep,
arms.
They don't exactly keep good paperwork.
Of course. All right. Unless anyone else has anything else they need to know.
Don't think
Not
we
really.
need too much. Don't think we need too much intel on a couple bandits running through the jungle.
I'm sorry, Rooster, you were saying something.
Oh, no, I'm good.
So remember, team, our job is to find out, is to make sure that these are actually bandits and not something pretending to be bandits. Don't get cocky.
All right, we can get to it.
Yep. Grab our gear. Hop on, I'm assuming our gears have already been loaded into the Wallfish.
With that, you guys are deployed via Wallfish dropship into the middle of the Southern Republic desert, where you meet up with a convoy consisting of 6 vehicles, 5 flatbeds hauling crates of what appear to likely be materials, and 1 very, very large tanker.
Oh, goody. Can we check?
Tanker full of gas?
Yeah, I'll definitely
So
be
you
talking to
meet
the
up-
convoy.
You meet up with the convoy at the allotted time and position. You don't see any vehicles using it for fuel. In fact, if anything, they're giving it a little bit of a wide berth. There
I'll
are
be
2
asking the-
escorts.
Yep.
One at the front, one at the back. They're both Elan Jeeps. And if you guys want to place yourselves onto the map as you would be in your marching order,
Yeah, good sensors.
I'm going to suggest the recce guys up the front and have Petite pull up the rear. And have everyone else just stretched out along the convoy.
we had a technical loss from Hachiroku, so we will attempt to fix that.
Yeah, my
fast, let
power
him get
keeps
back on.
going.
That's fine.
Yep.
Yeah, my
And
power.
just-
My power keeps going out.
Yeah, and just to note, the commander archetype, despite being called the commander, isn't the literal team leader, so we're fine. But just letting you know.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Who is the literal team leader?
Well, that's the thing. So officially, it is supposed to be Jan with the commander archetype, but that doesn't give in Heavy Gear the player permission to order the other players around. Essentially,
Yeah.
you're the face of the party.
You can pretend to order me around. I'm okay with it. I'll just be Lucian and be an asshole and ignore you.
Yeah.
From like our in-world perspective, who the leader is.
Just to be very clear, so
Once we get Rooster back, we'll place Alia where she needs to go.
Yeah.
I'm back in. Boys,
Oh.
you guys put me wherever you want. My computer is reconnecting to the internet.
Okay, we'll just move you up, kind of up there.
You probably want me in the front because I'm the one with the the electronic warfare
Yep.
stuff.
A little bit up front with Lucian. Just a note on
Cool.
the map here, the
That works.
white area that is denoted is actually somewhat passable cleared road. Over here, you
What's
can see
the
a
green
little
on
bit
the
of
other side?
blue. That is a river.
Gotcha.
Everything in between is fairly dense jungle. Going into that jungle or out of that jungle, anything further than about 6 units away, 6 inches, is going to be difficult to see. Anybody who's in it's going to be at least partially obscured, though. So you'll be able to see 6 inches into or through the forest, and anybody who's in it's going to be receiving the benefit of cover. It is light cover, though, so you can shoot through it, no problem.
I will ask the caravan master what's in the tanker truck.
Iron ore and materials. You get a very quick, clipped response.
I just narrow my eyes at him. Really? Please be honest with me. I am trying to keep you alive.
I'm gonna do a little bit of bad cop with him. He's playing the good cop. I'm the one that has the intimidation skill. Can I try to intimidate this guy to tell me what's really in there?
You absolutely can. So you're going to take 1 dice plus whatever your intimidation skill is.
My intimidation skill is 2.
Okay, so you're going to be rolling a total of 3 dice for this.
Gotcha.
Would you like
give
to
me one.
invoke any of Alia's aptitudes, quirks, or adversities?
Let's see.
For example, you could do
Not right now.
Woman of the People and try and say,
Oh,
hey,
right.
exhort, we're doing this to help you.
Oh yeah, but I'm also an outsider too.
Outsider just means that whenever it comes to encounters with you where you're trying to talk to people, your status may matter, you will lose ties. So you'll probably lose the tie to this because the caravan guy's like, who the hell are you and what hellhole did you dig yourself out of?
Mm-hmm.
But that's not going to add
Yeah,
dice, that's just
I'm
going to affect the tie. And this will be opposed because he's going to resist giving you that information.
Right. So, do I go for a 5, but the skill means I go for 4s, really?
So the skill is a 2.
Yep.
Your gears plus bonus for electronic warfare is not really going to add. That's more sending and receiving data. So,
yeah, I'm thinking this is like a non-gear skill.
Yeah. So, assuming nothing else happens, you're just taking the raw skill test. You're going to be rolling 3 dice. You're looking to beat his roll. You need 5s or better to modify.
Okay, got it. Let's do it.
So, where are you rolling?
Here's my.
Where are you rolling
up here.
the dice?
I got the 6, 6, and a 1, so I rolled a 7.
So you got a 7. Yep, you got a 6 as your highest. One of your dice is a 5 or better. You got a 7. He only got a 5. So you actually do manage to win by a margin of success of 2. Now, in Heavy Gear, you're telling me what you're trying to get. You're saying you want to pry this information out of him. What is in that tanker? Mm-hmm. That's what I use to determine, hey, based on your success, here's what you got. He's very, very resilient to prying, though. But eventually he does let loose that there may or may not be radioactive materials in that vehicle.
What the fuck?
Nah.
Potentially,
that's Jan's literal response.
Potentially nuclear-grade uranium.
Gotcha. I just want to remind everybody I'm a loose cannon with a bazooka.
Actually, and I think you're... Oh, no, it's the other iguana that has the Geiger counter, because it has advanced sensors.
Yeah, so if something goes off, the recon sensor iguana does have a Geiger counter in it.
Yeah,
So, I'm going to look this over for safety protocols, being a mechanic.
While you guys are doing this, I'm going to move some minis around. Does anybody have any marching order changes? Want to go ahead, go behind? Otherwise,
I'm actually still going to stay roughly where I am because I really want to be in the middle of the formation if I'm going to be telling people what we're doing.
I'm going to stay up with that lead
Otherwise,
vehicle.
I'm moving the vehicles up.
Well,
Yeah.
sir, I think I might have just figured out why it is that we're worried about bandits.
No shit.
And what would bandits be so interested in all this bauxite for?
It's
Yeah,
not the
because it's not bauxite.
Oh,
It's not.
Yeah,
It's
not
not
the
the
bauxite.
bauxite. It's the weapons grade
So-
plutonium.
Okay.
the what?
Yeah.
All right.
Sounds like this mission just got a little more interesting.
So now we're going to go ahead and we're going to go to the individual. Hey, we're going to go in order. So we're going to start with Fan. Are we just going to keep
just taking-
moving?
Just Just as a quick point, there will be I'll just do it as like a text burst transmission to the rest of the squad, like effectively an APB. But under no circumstances let the tanker truck get punctured or penetrated. Consider it a HVT.
All right.
Copy that.
Yeah. We don't want a nuclear incident on our hands. That would look bad on your resume.
Okay. So we are going to transition to initiative
So
here.
investigating, just with the vigil, I'm going to keep pace with the truck and actually keep close to the truck, because my figuring is anybody who is attacking this and knows what they're doing is going to be careful not to shoot at said truck. So it's maybe the safest place to be is standing right next to it.
You're catching, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also remember, none of our gears have NBC.
That's correct.
That is correct.
What's NBC?
Nuclear
biological,
biological, and chemical protection. All right.
Oh.
Northern, you're up first. Where would you like next? What would you like to do?
Well, finding out how high value of a target we're actually guarding.
Oh, also, while we're here, the convoy is moving at standard speed. So if you are staying with the convoy, I'm going to assume you're going standard speed.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm gonna move ahead. I'm gonna flip my little ground wheels on, driving further, and I'm actually gonna turn my sensors active if they're not.
You use something that we haven't talked about yet. Gears that have the walker plus wheeled move type, or walker plus any other move type, can choose to just only use that second move type, but gain 50% extra speed. So that Iguana can actually go 12 if it just uses its wheels.
Oh, right.
But it loses the walker type. So that makes it only a standard move.
No, if it's off-road, though.
So if it's off-road, it's going to have to suffer whatever penalties that secondary movement type has in that terrain.
Right, I'm saying it because the Guano Commando that I have seems to have the off-road or something.
You have off-road refit, so you get to move through all that terrain at no penalty at all. You don't care.
Gotcha.
Yours is the big balloon tires.
Yes, I got the knobby tires.
Yep.
The knobby tires.
Okay. So keeping along here, you're moving there. Are you going to take any actions? What are you doing?
I was gonna flip my sensors to active if they're not already.
Okay, there are no targets on your sensors.
I'll just call out scopes clear so far. And
Okay.
pretty much just keeping an eye out.
Around. Miranda, I believe, is up next.
So I have got combat sense under awareness.
So that is
Can
your
I,
ability to track and follow combat scenarios, which we aren't in a combat scenario right now. But it still may be usable for whatever you want to do, just add a penalty.
So the thing about sensors is that unless a gear is on, I'm not going to pick it up, right?
Correct.
And there may also be, like there was mention of maybe people on foot who were using like rocket launchers in the briefing.
And they would
I want to
unless they have like radio systems and all that.
There you go. So I want to be actively looking for something like that.
Okay, go ahead and give me an awareness skill test.
Okay.
Will you be using your combat sense, or do you have another one?
You got infrared? You might be able to pick up their heat signatures.
You can absolutely flip to infrared and see if you can just spot something.
Okay, how do we know if I've got infrared?
You just do.
Yeah.
I just do?
Yeah, I
okay.
think
Yeah, sure.
all
Yeah.
yours
Why not?
together, right?
Okay. So you're going to flip to infrared and do a quick visual scan to see if you can spot anything?
Okay.
Is that what you're going to do?
And so,
okay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Before
I'll do
you
that.
do that, we are in an initiative run. Are you going to move at all?
I'm just
stay your relative position on the convoy.
I'm going to stay with my relative position. I like the thought of being in the back, keeping an eye out, because I would feel like somebody would come from the back if they're going to
Okay.
come after us.
Sounds good. All right, so go ahead and give me your awareness skill test. You're not in combat, so it's going to give you a -1d6 penalty to using it.
Okay.
So you'll start with 1 dice.
Yep.
Plus however many the skill level says, which is probably 2.
Yes, it's 2.
Now you're going to lose
right.
1 because this is not quite what that skill's for. You're not in combat.
Gotcha.
This
okay.
is an unopposed roll, so I have to declare a difficulty. The difficulty on this is going to be a 7. So when you roll, you need a 7 or better. And you need 7 or higher on a d6 for it to add 1 to your highest total. That's not possible, so it actually just drops down to a 6.
Just drops to a 6, okay.
Normally on a regular roll it would be like 5s, but you got a 5.
Oh, I got a 5.
Target was a 7. You don't see anything.
Oh, let's see. Shit. Okay.
Okay.
That's right.
Going around. Jan is up next.
All right. So I'm going to maintain position where I am in the convoy. Just for narrative purposes, his wheel's down because it's more efficient, so using less fuel. As for what he's doing, though, now this is where I'm not exactly sure with what narratively the equipment does, but so I've got a satellite uplink on it. I know what mechanically it does, but I'm looking at doing something a little bit beyond the pale, because what Jan's going to try to do is look at the route that they're traveling down and see if he can pick out a likely spot for an ambush. Like if he was going to hit the convoy, this is where he'll do it, sort of thing.
So there is a skill that you can use to do that.
Yes,
that
I do.
Jan actually does have.
Yes,
So
tactics
ambush. So tactics skills are you knowing how these things work. So if you have a tactics ambush, which you have 1 point of, you can you know roughly how ambushes look, and you can get an idea where would you want to do this. Now your satellite uplink doesn't give you like a map of the area; it's more communication.
Yeah,
but
I was just wondering whether I can pull extra information off the pull more information down off the not, I nearly said internet, but off the battle space network, and like see if there's any updates or anything that could add to it.
Sure.
To hopefully give me a dice bonus or something like that.
Sure. So you're gonna broadcast, get an update, compare versus the map.
Yeah.
This is gonna be difficulty 6.
Can I assist on this?
There is not an assist mechanic necessarily. So.
I mean, just we're not using it in this.
We're not.
I mean, it is in the book, but
it is in the book.
Yeah,
we're
got it.
not going to use it for the sake of the 1 shot. Sorry.
No, that's fine. So that's 2 dice because it's 1 dice plus the skill. Hey,
yep. So it's going to be 2. This is difficulty 6, so you need a 6 or better, and 6s will modify.
All right, and yay! I got a 6.
Is it just a 6? Just a 6. Okay.
Just the 1.
So you're looking at this. You're kind of remembering where the target points were. You're looking at the road. You know, that intersection up ahead may not be a bad point for an ambush.
Mm-hmm.
It veers off a little bit to the left where it goes to water access.
Yep.
It's kind of an intermediary. It's in the middle of nowhere. If somebody is using the river, it's a good access point. Also, there's a road behind you that goes to the river for a potential pincer attack.
Yeah, I see. So basically, the best spot for an ambush is exactly where we are right now.
That may not be a bad assessment right now.
Gee, I wonder. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So forward that information on to the rest of the team and to the caravan master that if we're going to have trouble, it's probably going to be coming in the next minute or so.
Okay. All right, going over to Alia. What's Alia doing?
I want to. Can I do any kind of special scans with my sensors? I mean, I got an iguana. It doesn't have like the sensor trait, so it doesn't have anything greater than 8.
Yeah, the commando actually dumps all the EW stuff aside from the ECM suite. It's kind of weird.
Mm-hmm.
There is no ECM action that's going to help you.
Well, I mean, like sensors. I can just see my sensors, but
yeah, you can just see
is there any way to use them for scanning?
So that would be us using a skill test. You have awareness combat sense, which yours is really good. It's a 4.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking.
So we're not actually in combat, although at this point you're kind of aware, wait a minute, we might be in an ambush here. So you can go ahead and use your combat sense skill. There's not going to be a penalty because at this point you guys are probably convinced, wait a minute, they just haven't started shooting yet.
Right.
Give me a combat sense.
And it starts with...
Test. Starts with 1.
And it starts with 2. Oh, it starts with 1 die?
Mm-hmm. And then +1 for every point of the skill you have.
Gotcha. Okay, I gotcha. So I got a 4, so that's basically 5 die.
Yep. This is an unopposed roll. Nobody's trying to resist you, so you're going to modify on 5s.
Gotcha. And then is there a way to modify on 4s? Like I've got the...
So EW is going to be specifically for hacking.
Mm-hmm.
You can use like Scrappy Resilience, Woman of the People, or Loose Cannon to add or remove dice from the roll. But not modify.
Yeah, that's one thing. Oh, to add dice? So like if I did Woman of the People, I would get an extra die, but I've already got 5 dice. So
yeah, you just got to narratively justify why it would matter. And then, this is
going to let me just roll the...
Yep, go ahead and roll it.
I'll just roll regular. Alright, let's see what I got here. I got a 6, and only a 6. Nothing else.
Are you going to be moving at all?
I'm staying with the convoy.
Okay. So you go through this full spectrum sweep, run through all the different layers of electronic warfare and all of that. You think you've got some hot targets to you're about... what would that be? About 10:30? About a dozen, maybe human-sized live targets, roughly in that area.
Up over here.
Mm-hmm.
Probably in the tree line.
More closer to the river.
Okay. That's still kind of in the tree line.
That's still kind of in the tree line.
Closer to the river? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, right along here.
So like...
Mm-hmm. And there is a much larger heat. There is a larger heat source in the river itself. You've also got some faint traces here and here. It's like it's a little bit warmer than the surroundings, but not that much.
Gotcha. In light of this, is any of us like? I would assume Jan's in charge. We could probably direct the convoy to hold up or something.
Yeah.
Or even to pull back.
Yeah, I'll like.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I would be like, oh, hold up, we got heat signatures. I'm kind of putting my hand up with the hand signal and everything, like, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got something.
So with that, that's everybody in the initiative order. The convoy master calls a halt, but sends one of the antelopes forward. The rest of the convoy halts where it is, with the second antelope staying at the back. As that lead antelope Sorry.
Can I move my guy into the area terrain over here?
Absolutely.
Just plop.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. I'm just bopping him into the area terrain.
As that antelope hits the intersection, well, before we get to that, Lucian, up front, you actually have clear line of sight to this river crossing here. You see about a dozen people and a decent-sized boat in the water right there.
A boot?
Quick view says they're not armed. At least nothing you can see.
Looks like some fishermen in the river.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, going back to the antelope here, this little Elan decides to drive up to the intersection to check things out with you. As it pauses, as it starts slowing down, it hits a mine.
Oh!
Explodes in a ball of fire.
Oh.
Just pieces. There's no antelope left. As if on cue, A number of targets go live in your sensors. Things are actually
Alright.
hot. Jaeger.
All the whistles and bells inside your cockpit start whistling and belling.
Yeah. It's almost like there's a couple of combat vehicles that have been waiting with their engine off.
Ooh, sneaky.
As if exactly for this moment.
Son of a bitch.
As they go live, targets read out. There is a Black Mamba, standard with medium autocannon. There's a pair of Jaegers, one with a flamethrower, and a Destroyer Hunter.
Oh.
And with that, we will roll for the initiatives.
Whoa.
So everyone needs to give me an awareness skill test.
Alright, awareness, you say. Where? Oh, I don't actually have any awareness.
This is where your combat sense is going to come in, if you have one.
Oh, okay. So I've got a 2 to that. Okay.
Prof, do we have familiar skills for
So
this?
what-
Or...
Not in
Yes.
the one-shot.
Okay, just confirming.
Yeah, not in the one-shot, sadly. If you run
So,
the version, they absolutely do.
Since I don't have any relevant skills from what I can see on my
You
character
count
sheet,
as
I just
having
roll
a
one die.
skill of 0, you have 1 die.
No worries.
I netted a 4.
Ooh, 7.
Who was the
Alright,
7?
and then I would just roll the 5 die with the 4, right?
Lucian has a 7.
Lucian has a 7. Okay. Yep, 5 dice.
Oh, 2 6s.
This is not opposed, so 5s or better will augment.
I just got
Gotcha.
a 5 flat
Okay.
out. So
I got a
Jan-
7.
I'm sorry?
I got a 7.
Alia got a 7. That's pretty good. Okay. What did Miranda get?
I rolled 2 3s and a 1.
So highest is a 3. None of them are 5 or better, so Miranda gets a 3.
that's a destroyer hunter.
Dude.
Cool.
She got caught picking her nose.
Remember?
Yeah. And then Katja. What did Katja get?
Jaeger and Jaeger.
I got a 4.
Katja got a 4.
I'm
Nobody
using it again.
duplicated. That's fine. Now, just as a note with this, if the opponents get a tie with you guys, they actually go after you. All
What
right,
if
top
we
of the
players
initiative
tie?
order, with a mighty roll of 8, is going to be these guys. So first off,
that's rude.
all right. So we're at the start of a
Oh.
combat encounter. Everyone's going to get what's called an action point. Jan, you get your 3 command points. Lucian, you get your 1 momentum.
Sweet.
Okay. So Lucian gets a momentum. Jan gets his 3 command points. Everybody gets an action point. Okay. Your action point can be spent on your turn to basically counteract a skill adding a penalty to your rolls. Basically, it's what lets you go through and shoot and not take a penalty with you just take 1 shot. You may spend your reaction point before your turn or after for a reaction, such as retaliation. The triggers for declaring a reaction are an enemy within visual or sensor range declares an action. An enemy within visual range leaves your visual range, so actually leaves your line of sight. Or somebody attempts to leave your melee range, you will also get a reaction window against them. So we're going to start with the Destroyer Hunter here. He is going to move to the tree line and take a shot at Mr. Lucian in the back.
Oh, no.
All right, so this is an attack. The hunter is going to use his bazooka. If you've played Blitz, this is where you will have seen this before. The bazooka has an optimum range of 6 to 12.
Mm-hmm.
The target...
And it's an...
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's an MBZ on the destroyer, isn't it?
It is a medium on that, yes.
Yep.
I'm sorry, the bazooka is 6 to 12. So, the target, if I can grab here, come on, is outside 6 within 12, so I'm in that sweet spot range. This hunter is not going to take a penalty for this shot. He has a skill of 3. +1 die, so he's going to roll 4 dice shooting into the back of Lucian. He gets 1 extra because he's in Lucian's back, though.
Oh no.
Okay, Lucian, you're going to get a piloting roll to dodge this.
Yep.
Okay, this
Skill of
is
3.
an opposed roll because the hunter is trying to hit you and you are going to be trying to dodge. You are aware that the hunter is there. Your iguana's piloting skill, though, this is where that's going to come in handy. Normally, because this is an opposed attack, you're going to need a 5 or better to modify. Because you have your oh so glorious iguana with its +1 piloting, it goes down to a 4.
Beautiful.
The hunter has declared its action. It's going up. It's going to shoot the bazooka. That is all the hunter is going to do with its turn. But anybody else who has sensor range or can see it, which is everybody, is eligible to declare a reaction against the hunter if you want by spending your 1 action point. Or you can just wait till your turn and use it yourself.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm going to wait.
Okay.
Yeah, wait too.
All right. Yep. Sounds good. Okay. Let's make the attack. Lucian, make your dodge roll.
Rolling. Oh, no, it's only a 6.
So you got a 6. Because this was an opposed roll, normally you modify on 5s. That's just a base roll of the game. If it's opposed, you modify on 5s. It's down to a 4 because of your piloting on the iguana. The hunter only got a 6, though. So the hunter got a 6, wins by 1. It has a damage rating of 8.
I rolled a 6 as well, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. So it's a tie.
5 and 4, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a tie.
Yeah,
The iguana has an early warning system. So the on-net hardware screams that you have incoming, and you are able to just dodge out of the way because of your early warning system. In any other gear in the party, you would have eaten a bazooka round to the back.
Hey, what's going on back there?
Yeah. All right, going to the Black Mamba. The Black Mamba is also going to move up. But he's going to do 2 things. He's going to put... Actually, he's going to go ahead and put his rockets into the lead truck. The truck is stationary. You guys told it to stop. So the truck doesn't get to attempt to dodge this attack. The Mamba has a +1 gunnery stat, because Black Mamba. So it augments on a 4s instead of 5s. It gets a 9. The truck is stationary. Truck can't stop. So with that damage, the rockets... I'm sorry?
You said it's stationary? Like it's immobilized?
So
or
you guys told it to stop. It's literally not moving.
Well, I was telling it to back out. Like turn around and back out.
Oh, I thought Jane told it to stop.
Oh, yeah, you called
a halt.
Yeah, you called a halt. So yeah,
the truck's
right.
just stationary.
That works.
Yeah, in the RPG, if you're not moving or actively trying to not get shot, you kind of standing still.
Yeah.
The rockets hit the lead truck and it explodes, just wrecking it.
Yeah. And the point is that we got caught flat-footed, so
okay. That is it for these 2 guys. There's some back-end stuff I was doing on their turn that I'll explain when one of you guys actually goes through and does it. Otherwise, our next in initiative order. Alia, you're up.
I'm gonna try to zap that Black Mamba with my ECM.
Okay, first things first. How are you gonna move? Standard speed, brace?
I'm gonna stay. Does top speed affect EW?
Nope, neither does brace. Neither for good or bad.
Okay. Then I will be top speed and actually, because I can move and then take my action, right?
You can move and at any point during your move take your action or actions.
Mm.
You are eligible to take up to 4 actions in a single turn. And remember, Alia has an off-road iguana, so if you want to, you can just be on your wheels the whole time and count as having a move of 12.
Yeah, you can bush bash with the best of them.
Yeah, you count as having a move of 12.
Yeah, I'm basically getting in the rear arc of that Mamba. I don't think the rear arc will really matter, but I'm going to follow up with a forward observation.
Okay.
Now, if I do 4 actions, it's like die for each, right?
You're going to lose a die for every action you declare to each action you declare. So if you declare 2, they're each going to take a 2d6 penalty. That action point you had, though, you can spend it to basically reduce that penalty by 1.
Gotcha. Yeah, the first thing I want to do is...
But...
Yeah, I'm going to try to ECM hack him first, and then I'll do a forward observation. I got a target designator. Does anybody have any guided weapons?
Ooh.
Lyle.
No, I don't think.
Lyle's the one with the weapon.
Gotcha. And then what's Miranda rocking? She's got some artillery rockets, right?
Yep, she's got artillery rockets.
And she does have react fire. So.
And then guided mortar or regular mortar?
Guided. It's
guided mortar on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
Field mortar on a spinning cobra, but okay.
Yeah. So what I'll do, Miranda, is I'll hack it to try to reduce its defense, and then follow up with a target designation. Let's just see if it works. I'm going to put all my effort into the first thing. Now, I can take 4 actions, but if I don't use my action, I can maintain that for reaction, right?
Correct. So you can always take 4 actions.
Gotcha.
What your action point lets you do is either reduce the penalty for taking a bunch of actions on your turn by 1, or make a reaction when it's not your turn.
All right, I'll use it to reduce the penalty, because if I do 2 actions, I have a negative 2d6 penalty, right?
Yep, and you are going to be using your electronic warfare skill for both of these.
Yeah. And
it would drop you to 1.
So if I use my action... Gotcha. And so if I can use my action, then it's only negative 1d6, right?
Yep, you're going to get 2 dice on both.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
And
so the first one is
electronic warfare capability.
Yeah. So I'm thinking the first roll.
Yep. All right. So
yeah.
we're going to start with the ECM.
All right. So I got
hack.
2 die. Yep. And rolling. Watch me roll. Ooh.
That's okay.
I rolled a 7. Look at that.
So I need to.
Holy crud.
2 second quickly remind my mental brain of something. I hate playing 18 different versions of this game at the same time. You are hacking him, correct?
Yes. ECM attack, hack.
So this is an opposed.
Reduce.
This is an opposed skill test. He doesn't have an electronic warfare skill though, so he just rolls 1 die and rolls a 1.
Of course.
So
what did?
I think I made him pee his pants.
Yep. So what did Alia roll?
She rolled a 7.
So
I definitely zapped him.
Okay.
I think you just blue screened his gear.
He now has Flight of the Valkyries playing in his cockpit, and he can't make it stop.
Okay, so go ahead and roll me a d6 for the haywire damage.
Okay.
This is like standard blitz. If you roll 4 or better, it gets a...
Got it.
You got it?
Yeah, I rolled a 5.
Okay.
Yes,
so it's going to take 1 point of damage, just because. The hack itself doesn't actually do any damage. It applies the hacked condition. So the hacked condition, it gets 1d6 per total level of MOS you got, which you said you got a 6 or a 7?
6.
Yeah, so
I got a 7 total. The MOS was 6.
Okay. So you apply 6 dice worth of hacked penalty to this thing. It's going to take 1 point of damage, of actual damage. And anytime...
This is like the ultimate hack.
Oh, it gets better. It gets better. It's haywired, so essentially it's going to take massive penalties to do anything from here out.
Good. Now I'm going to...
It's essentially -2 gunnery, piloting, and EW.
Oof, brutal.
Good. So I'm about to set it up with a target designator next.
Yeah, you whacked him pretty hard. Okay, target designator.
Ready for the target designator?
Yep. Go for
it. I would
it.
assume that's 2d6. It's kind of like the same thing, really, right?
It is. Yep. If you're using the same skill, it's got the same penalties and bonuses. Go.
Yeah. Ooh, I got another 7. Holy crap.
Okay. So
Alia is on fire.
It is successful.
Lead hacksaw skills for the win.
All right, so that is absolutely successful.
Miranda, I have just unlocked your potential.
Yeah. So the way that fire mission works is an action. When it's successful, anybody counts as having essentially sensor engine locked to this Mamba. The idea is you're calling in artillery support from your friends. So anybody in the party can make an indirect attack against that target as a reaction. Miranda, that's you. That's your job. So if you go to your gears stat block in the write-up, Miranda's gear Julius should have a MAR and an LGM. Okay. That stands for medium artillery rockets or light guided mortar.
Okay.
The guided mortar basically says, hey, if you TD somebody, I'm going to get a bunch of bonuses if you shoot me.
Okay.
So that's what we're probably going to want to use, but you could also just fire unguided artillery rockets. Miranda has a really
that guided mortar.
Yeah, the guided mortar is going to hit this thing pretty hard. Okay.
And it'll probably hit the destroyer as well. Is that within AoE?
Probably.
Mm.
AoE 3.
Check. What is it?
So Alia's just out, and yeah, it'll be in.
Yeah.
Okay, so cool thing Miranda has, though, is her gear has a piece of equipment called a quick response system. For everybody else, they have to spend an action point to make a reaction. You get a free one every turn. So this is the intended interaction here. You get a free reaction to Alia calling in artillery support. Would you like to use your guided mortar, artillery rockets? Probably the mortar.
Yeah, I'm thinking the guided mortar. Okay.
Now you can fire both if you want by actually spending your action.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay, so we're just going to totally unload. All right. Cool.
Yeah, let's just unload. Let's just do it. We're going to full send it.
We're going to whack it. Cool. All right, we're going to go to the weapon stats for the... Do you want to do the mortar first or the artillery rockets?
We'll do mortar.
Okay, so the mortar has a range of 12 to 36. We're going to check your range. It's outside 12, but it's within 36, so that's your sweet spot. Okay. So you're going to make your ranged attack.
And I got the rear.
So we'll get to that. You're going to make your ranged attack, which is your gunnery stat for heavy gear, which I think on Miranda's a 3. Gunnery heavy gear.
Yes, it's a 3. Okay. Yeah, so I need 4 dice.
You need 4 dice. It gets better, though. Alia is painting this guy from the back. When you do the forward observation, you get to use Alia for all of your, I'm shooting you in the back modifiers. So you're going to get a bonus die on there because you're shooting it in the back. So it goes to 5 dice.
Okay. Oh, sweet.
Oh, no, it keeps going. This is a guided attack.
All right.
This is a guided attack. You're going to get 2 extra dice on top of that because it's guided.
2 extra dice on top of that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You are going to lose 1, though, because this is an indirect attack.
Okay, so
yeah, it's not.
6 dice sitting there. I'm not.
You're rolling 6. You're rolling 6 dice, and it has a shitload of penalties. This is going to be absolutely funny.
Yes. Okay, are we ready?
Okay. So that should be it for your first one. We're going to go ahead and roll it.
All right. Roll.
This isn't going to go good. Now, your Spinning Cobra doesn't have any pluses to its gunnery or anything like that. This is an opposed roll, so high die, 5s will modify.
Okay.
So high die is a 6. You have 1 additional 5 or better, so your total's a 7.
Okay.
After all of this guy's penalties, he rolled a 4.
Okay.
Aww.
So you won by 3.
Poor Black Mamba.
Well, I mean, he rolled 5 dice. It's fine. That does mean that's a pretty high-level pilot in there. Either way, though, he's going to take a damage of 8 from the weapon, plus the 3 that you won by, for 11.
Okay.
He's only got an armor of 7.
Okay.
So he's going to take 5 points of damage. Now, in heavy gear, that damage isn't just hit points lost. It's actually going to be narrative effects. So in his case, your rocket comes down and damages his fire control. He's going to take a 3 dice penalty to all of his attacks from here out for the rest of the scenario.
Oh.
You also just blow off his rocket launcher.
Nice.
And that thing is sitting there kind of just barely standing. But we're not done yet. You still have artillery rockets you need to fire.
Oh,
Yay!
Oh
and
my.
the destroyers in the line of fire as well.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. We got to do this again because you caught the destroyer hunter in your mortar round because of the AoE. So let's go back to your
So do I need to roll again?
Yep, you're going to roll again against the destroyer. The only catch is you lose 1 die because he wasn't your original target.
Okay, alright, so roll again.
And he is unmessed with.
Oh, that wasn't a good roll.
So your highest die is a 4. None of your other results are a 5 or better. So your highest result is a 4. He rolled a 6.
Oh.
So that means you will miss.
Okay.
Danced out of that one.
Mm-hmm. But here's the fun part. We get to basically do this again.
Artillery rocket time.
Because you have your second gun that needs to fire. Now, it's not going to be the same number of dice because this isn't a guided munition going in.
Okay.
But it's still got rear arc and forward observation.
Yes. So the forward
and
observation.
Target.
Mm-hmm. So you're going to start with your 1 dice plus 3 because Miranda shooting a gun.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Plus 1 dice because it's in the back.
Okay.
You're going to lose 1 because this is an indirect attack.
Okay.
And that's going to be it. And you're going on the first guy. Which he's still suffering a massive bunch of penalties, but the actual, like, his gun got blown off and all that hasn't happened yet. We apply all that.
Oh, okay, all right.
That being said, it may not matter based on what he just rolled.
I rolled one
So you
6
got a 6
and...
is your high. No additional 5s are better. So you got a 6. He rolled a 5, so you win by 1. Artillery rocket has a damage of 8. He will take 1 point of damage, and then we'll finish him off.
Well, the artillery rocket has a damage of 8. Plus 1, which makes it 9?
Yeah, so he takes 2. He's out. He only had 1 hit point left.
Oh, okay.
Random missile massacre.
Now we got to do the same thing.
And then
lose a die. You got the same thing, but lose a die on the Swamp Jaeger. Or not the Swamp Jaeger, the
Destroyer.
Yeah. So
that's right. I got to do all that again.
You got to do it again.
So I need 3 die.
Yep, 1 more time. Losing a die, which brings you down to 3.
Brings you down to 3. Okay. I forgot about the Swamp Jaeger. All right. Oh.
You got a 4.
Oh, that wasn't
Nothing's
good.
higher. He will dodge out of that one again too.
No.
Dodgy hunter.
Okay, so you have used an ammo. You have used an ammo on your rocket launcher and your grenade launcher, or your artillery rockets and grenade launcher. We'll just need to remember that if this goes on long enough. You have also spent your action point because you did 2 reactions.
Okay.
When it's your turn, you will still be able to take up to 4 actions. You just have no way to reduce the penalty for them.
Okay.
But that's Alia's turn. Seems okay.
Mm-hmm.
Lucian, you're up.
And at the very least, you have just annihilated that Mamba.
It's in a few pieces.
Sneaky iguanas.
Yay!
It's even funnier.
That was teamwork.
It's even funnier.
I see the word.
Lyle's here.
What's that?
It's even funnier in a full group of 6 when Lyle's present because Lyle,
because
has anti-tank missiles.
Oh, guide those suckers in. Splat.
And even LATMs are kind of nasty.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, maybe not so much in this fight because nothing's got a really high armor value, but like I've in the demo game I ran, one of the bad guys in it was piloting a bear, and it got one shot by a lucky LATM shot. So,
yeah, Lucian, do we know what we're doing yet?
Yeah, I'm just gonna fire my autocannon at this destroyer hunter.
Okay. Combat, normal speed.
Yeah, just standard speed.
Sounds good.
So that's.
Oops, didn't mean to pick that up.
So he's taking the gunnery skill +1.
+1 for burst, right?
Yep. Now you have a question. Autocannons can either go full auto, which is an extra die from the burst ability, or you can go precise, which is single shot. You get flat +1 to your final total.
I guess.
Go with extra die almost always.
At lower dice,
Can I use my react here?
So your
to
reaction
give him my bonus.
To what?
Can I use my react here to give him my targeting bonus action?
Targeting bonus action.
The special ability?
No, so that's an action on Catch's turn.
Okay.
It's specifically an action. It's not eligible as a reaction.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
is
they
there
are
anything
within
the commander
optimal.
can do?
I'm sorry? Rooster, had a
Quick question. Is there anything... Yeah, the commander. Can they do things out of order? Like
Nope,
send
has to be on their
dispatch
turn.
an order?
No, I checked that.
Okay.
If I could have done it at the beginning of the turn, I would have, because I've got some
Okay, gotcha.
I didn't want to
a couple of
overwhelm you
things that
guys.
are really good.
There is something you can do with the initiative order. You can choose to just delay your initiative until after a designated person. So you can all say, it doesn't matter what Jan rolled, we're all going to go after him for the bonus. The other thing is his bonus lasts until the start of Jan's next turn. So even if you don't get it this turn, you would benefit from it next turn.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
You're guaranteed to be able to benefit from it. It's just, is he going before you or after you to start with?
And the things that I can do, like there's as long as I can detect the target for them, I can do it, sort of thing. So
kind of, yeah. Northern, let's go ahead and take your shot.
Yeah,
keep moving real fast. Sorry.
Yeah.
Precise is Moss 1 if they're within optimal range.
Precise
right?
is if you're in the optimum range, you get +1 to your final total at the end. So whatever your final total on your dice is, you just add a flat +1.
Yeah, I'll do that, and I'll just roll 4 dice.
We'll be back in 10 seconds. So just going to turn the light off.
You're fine.
Oh, those aren't very good.
So this is an opposed roll. So threshold 5, you got a 6. No additional 5s.
Yes. I don't think the gunnery on the iguana has anything.
No, it doesn't. It becomes a 7 because of precise.
Yeah.
The hunter only got a 5 though, so you're gonna win the roll by 2.
Right.
Autocannon, light autocannon is damage 6. You won the roll by 2.
Yes.
So you got an 8. He has an armor of 6. He's going to take 2 points of damage, and that's going to hit his drive system. So he is going to take some penalties to dodging in the future and move a little bit slower.
Ah.
All right. Is that it? That should be it for Lucian.
Yeah, that'll be it.
So with Lucian
Hopefully
done,
these trees are enough cover. Yeah.
The other 2 guys are here though, and we'll start with Mr. Flamejaeger, who is going to go ahead and stay where he is and flame Mr. Lucian.
Oh.
Ah! Why did I back up to this guy next?
I don't know.
I was wondering what you were doing there.
But he's absolutely going to take advantage of it. Alright, so this is a spray attack. It's a flamethrower. You are not going to benefit from cover on this. But you do get to attempt to dodge it.
Oh, goody.
Yeah.
Run
Run like the wind. Which is generally good advice for any time you're in an iguana, really. Just run.
Big rolls. Oh, a 6 and a 5.
Yep, so threshold 5, because this is an opposed roll. The iguana drops that to a 4. Not that it matters a lot. You still got a 7, though.
Didn't matter.
That is enough to dodge the Flamejaeger's 5.
I comically dodge forward again after being shot in the back once again.
This guy, however, is going to top speed in your back and try and punch you.
Oh, crap.
Jeez, they're after you.
Stay damage.
If he can stand up.
He is in Lucian's rear, though.
Yeah.
All right,
Speeded
Lucian,
at me. Holy.
you do have a melee weapon.
I do. I have a light vibroblade.
You do. It hasn't come up yet, but if you look at your stat block, you'll see weapons that list manip by it. That means it's in your gear's hands by default. So for most of you, that's gun and a weapon. While you have a weapon out, you don't count as defenseless, which is going to give the attacker bonuses. That being said, it's going to get a bonus because it's stabbing you in the back. It's also going to lose a bit of dice because it's moving too fast. When it comes to reactions, just general I shoot back, you can only use things in the manipulator locations. So your autocannons and your vibroblades. Fire mission on
So
Miranda
it's like
gets a special screw you. It gets to fire the artillery rockets. All right, let's go ahead and do your dodge. Uh-oh. Lucian, you need to dodge this.
Yep, 4
Now,
dice.
cool thing. No, you actually... Go ahead.
Oh.
Melee,
Ooh.
the melee skill domain can be used for attack and defense in melee.
Oh.
So if you want to
So may I add one more dice?
If you want to re-roll that using your melee of 4, go ahead.
Okay, so it'd be 5 dice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I like that one more.
So this piloting does affect this. So you're going to get a 8, that looks like to me.
Yeah.
It got a
7,
9.
8, yeah, because it's on a 4.
Yeah, it got a 9, though. So it's going to win the
Ooh,
roll by 1.
ooh.
It wins the roll by 1 with its light vibroblade. For a mighty total of an 8 for its damage on the back of your iguana, which I believe is armor 5, isn't it?
5, yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
That may not be good. This is going to inflict upon you a damage result. And the damage result you're going to get... make sure we get this right. Catastrophic limb damage. Let's pick a location.
Yeah.
Where
Well,
you-
now I understand. Now I understand why Lucian and Miranda never really hooked up.
So your right arm,
It was that lens.
which looks to be the arm that your autocannon is in, is going to suffer.
Oh, right arm. My bad.
Is going to suffer a minus 3d6 penalty to all of its attacks until that is repaired.
He hacked my autocannon arm as I was shooting at that guy. Damn him.
Pretty much. It just kind of slashed in and caught you in the elbow. All right, that is it for them. That brings us over to Jan.
All right. So first things first, I'm going to describe where I'm moving. So I'm dropping
posture
the wheel.
First. Posture first.
Yeah,
How-
posture. Sorry. Standard.
So
So
single
that's-
move. Okay.
Single move. So that's 8. For me, no, it should be less than that.
So it should be a 7, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. So I have to swap between
You're fine.
things to look
If you go
at
pure
stuff.
wheels,
Right?
it's 10.5, which rounds to
Yeah.
11.
No, that's fine. 7 should be good.
Okay.
Because what I'm doing, wheels aren't going to be too much good for anyway. So
Uh-huh.
because I'm going to go out there into the woods. I can get the measuring stick right. Yep, there. So pick it up. Oh, damn it! Sorry.
You're okay.
That was about there. And I'm going to be doing 2 actions and spending my AP. First action is going to be to burst fire at the. Well, actually, no. First action is going to be to give an order.
So order is not an
To my-
action, you can just do it.
Oh, okay. In which case, just a single action then. Okay. So the order will be. One moment. Concentrate your fire on the destroyer hunter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to target Elise, myself, and Miranda with that. So if I succeed at this, we all get +1 to it. I believe it's +1 dice, or is it +1 moss?
Plus
Sorry,
1
one
dice,
moment.
drop the lowest.
Yeah. So it's a reliable die. Cool.
You shoot the target, you get an extra die, drop the lowest.
Yeah. So if you shoot,
we're going to pick
yeah.
on this guy.
Yep.
Okay, so you need to give me an
oh.
influence skill check to pass that with the difficulty of whatever the skill is, which I believe that one's a 5.
6.
6. Okay, so
Yeah.
modifying on
and-
6s, need a 6 or better. However, no one is opposing this, and you are in a black market
Ooh.
with an EW stat of 1.
Yep.
So the EW
So that brings
stat
it
of
down.
1 drops it to a 5.
Yeah.
The-
Okay. I just got to reroll 1 die because it cocked.
That's fine. And then because you have a satellite uplink, you get better than that, so you're actually modifying on 4s.
Right. So I get an 8.
Absolutely. Order goes off just fine.
Yep. And for my action, I'm going to burst fire at the destroyer.
Where is Jan? Okay.
Yeah, so I started beside the truck, so I'm basically doing it whilst I'm still in the open before
That's
I end
fine.
up in cover.
Okay. And you're doing the
And
autocannon full auto?
yeah, burst.
Okay.
Yep, full auto. Yep.
All right.
So that's great.
Yeah. So this order.
So that's
Sorry. Go ahead.
yeah. So that's going to be 5 die, drop 1 from what if I've got this right.
Yep. So I believe he's gunnery 3.
Gunnery 2.
So you're gonna roll 2 dice plus 1 is 3. 1 for the burst is 4. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
and
5
the
dice
plus
drop.
1 and drop and drop. Yeah, for the order. Cool.
And it's opposed, so 5s or
Oh.
better will add. Goes down to a 4 because the gunnery on the Black Mamba.
Yeah.
Rooster, did you have a question or comment?
I was gonna say, if you're able to move just a little bit, you can catch his rear arc, because his rear arc basically goes like so.
Oh yeah,
Like you're
He'll be getting some cover at that point due to the amount of intervening terrain, though.
yeah. That's it. That's it. I wanted to do it before I got into cover, but next turn if he survives that long, because I just rolled really well. So
promote you real quick, Prof.
Yep. What's up?
so I drop whichever dice I choose. Is it
It's lowest.
from the 5?
Lowest.
Lowest. So I drop the 2. That leaves me with a total of 9.
Yep. Okay, Rooster, you had something. Did you have to step out for a sec?
Oh, I was just saying, when I got bumped off, it unpromoted me again. Can you re-promote me?
Absolutely.
Sorry.
Okay, well, the hunter only got a 4, so he's going to take 5.
Oof. Yeah, and the base damage is 7 for me, I think.
I'm sorry, yeah, he's going to take a full 6.
Ouch.
Okay, so you're going to go ahead and... we're going to knock him on his ass.
Yep.
So he's going to take a penalty to dodges until he stands up, which will be an action on his turn.
Yeah. So yeah, Jan's just yelling down the comms, get rid of that destroyer before it hits something important.
You will also use a bazooka arm.
That's good.
For a 3d6 penalty there, and then the last one's going to be a hull breach. So, okay. So he is knocked down. He is going to be easier to hit until he stands back up, and he's going to lose 3 dice on his attacks with his bazooka.
And that uses up 1 command point.
That's 1 command point for the order. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cool.
And then you also used your action point. Which brings us to Katja.
All right. I'm going to declare all out.
Okay.
I'm going to go on wheels forward. What would that be? 14 inches?
On your wheels, so it adds 50% to your movement. So if you go all out, it's 18.
Okay. I would like to go forward then. Let's just go up to like 13 inches here to about where the hunter is. Is my hit the weak point ability, is that a action?
It is an action for you to do.
So I'm fairly sure that Miranda's going to finish this guy off if I don't. So I'm going to take 2 actions. One is I'm going to tell Lesson to attack. I'm going to give him a bonus on the Jaeger that he's in melee with. He's still got his melee weapon, right?
He does.
He just lost the
that bonus is going to be you get to pick 1 point of the damage results.
Great. So I'll be like, Lesson, the cowling around his melee weapons weakened and degraded. Make sure you hit him there.
Shoot the big glowy thing.
To my ability. Shoot the big glowy thing.
What's your second action?
And then second action is I'm going to shoot the destroyer hunter with my autocannon full burst.
Okay. So you're declaring 2 actions. Would you like to spend an action point?
Yes, please.
Okay, so you're only going to take a 1d6 penalty for this instead of the normal 2. Full auto cannon?
Yes.
All right. I believe Catch has gunnery 2.
She is.
So that'll start you at 4 dice. You're going to lose 1 for the action penalty and 1 for top speed, though.
And also, don't autocannons have a minimum range of 6?
They do, but I'm assuming she's taken the shot before she would.
Oh yeah, not fair enough.
You
Fire where it
also
makes sense to fire.
You're fine. You also do get the bonus from Jan's order. You will roll an extra die when you attack that guy, and you will discard your lowest.
Yeah.
Right. That's these dice here. Mm-hmm. It's like we got a 6, a 3, and a 2. The 2 is discarded, so that's just a 6 and a 3 for a 6 total.
Yep. That actually is enough to finish him off.
Nice.
So you put a burst into him, and the gear falls back into the woods down.
And I have a detriment of attention starved, so I'm going to be like, I got him, sir! Look, I got him!
I did a thing. All right.
Look how useful I am!
That brings us to Miranda.
Oh, boy. Get on up here, Miranda.
Yeah, I'm gonna... So I gotta move first. I've got to get it within...
Yep, so first question is, how many times do you want to move? One movement set or 2? Which her movement is a 6.
Unless you're dead set on... Yeah, unless you're dead set on trying to... Unless you're dead set on trying to protect the back, I would start pushing all the way up. There is a concern about the rear, but I feel like most of this is coming from the front. But anyway, yeah, if you want to get there, you probably want top speed.
So your gears move 6.
Yeah, I'm gonna...
If you just use the treads, you will go to move 9. And if you go top speed, you can do that twice for 18 total.
Okay.
I mean, all out for twice.
Do that.
Yeah, there's an idea for you. That's 18.
Top speed is 4 times. Yeah.
Well, if you go the absolute all the way, yeah. This is the one just above that, though, which is or below that 2 movement rates.
All out, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then plus 50%, because if you just use the treads.
Yeah, 9 is only to here.
Yeah.
But 18 gets you
18
out to
will
here.
get you to, like, right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll do that.
Go ahead and move.
All right. So,
yeah.
Oh, crap.
So Miranda moves up.
It's alright.
You're fine.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
All right, there you go.
About that.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, would you like to declare any actions?
I want to shoot that Jaeger.
Okay. The one who's in combat with Lucian. You gotta show him up.
Yep.
Watch your fire, Miranda!
Okay. So you have already fired your artillery missiles and your guided mortar this turn. You cannot shoot them again. So you got your autocannon and you got your rocket launcher.
Rocket launcher. I'm kidding.
No, that's a bad idea.
I think the rocket launcher couldn't it also catch him?
Yes, it would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, I'm not going to do that. I guess, yeah, my the autocannon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Autocannon is 6 to 18 optimum. You're in optimum range. What is Miranda's gunnery skill?
3.
So +1 because just you start with 1 + 3. Do you want to go semi-auto or full auto? Semi-auto adds 1 to your final total. Full auto gives you an extra die.
Full auto. Full auto
yeah,
usually.
I'm gonna go full auto. Yeah, I'm gonna go full auto.
Dice. You don't have any gunnery modifiers, so you're gonna be modifying on 5s.
Okay.
That Jaeger didn't roll super well.
We can do this. We can do this.
Oh, nice.
So I got a 7.
7. The Jaeger only got a 5, so you're gonna win the roll by 2. Your gun has a damage rating of 8.
Okay.
You're gonna do 4 points of damage to this guy.
Suck it.
That Jaeger's in a bad way.
He might be in danger.
Ow.
So I just, of course, since you said he might be in danger, the first thing we heard was Ralph Wiggum going, "I'm in danger."
That was exactly what we were
I'm in danger.
If somehow he gets allowed to alive, I will worry about what damage results are currently sitting on him. Otherwise, I believe that takes us to the end of the initiative round. A couple things that happen. The truck convoys don't move. The giant-ass signal here, and anybody who can see it, the people who are over here start fleeing towards their boat and getting on it.
Sensible.
The only other major thing is the Mamba over here explodes. There is now nothing left of the Mamba, or at least its torso.
Oh, all right.
So that pilot's dead.
That is a not unreasonable assessment of his likely chances of survival.
Yeah, to be honest, I kind of think he was dead before it exploded, considering you did just drop the Wrath of Stalin on its head.
Okay, probably.
We do have Alia up first, though.
Oh, okay. Let's see. So we got 2 gears, and then
killed the guys who were going before you. So we have 2 gears.
Gotcha.
This one has taken 4 damage over here, which is about half of his life.
Gotcha. And
he's
then
in the woods and engaging Lucian.
I'm only 13 inches away. Let's see. What was my bazooka range again?
6 to 12.
Was it 6-12?
Yep.
Gotcha. So I need to move forward just a little bit if I really want to get him. But I can also just freaking zip away the hell over here.
And shoot the other dude.
Actually. Yeah, I could. I could go after the other dude. The other thing I can do is... now, I can move 18 inches, right?
So your movement
Or
is
am I
8.
messing that up?
Your movement's 8. If you use only the wheeled movement, it goes to 12. And if you...
For one move, right? And then 20 for 2?
Then it would be another 12 for the second move if you go top speed.
Gotcha.
You can zoom 24 if you want to zoom 24.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking. Yeah, I shall zip Ollie away the hell over here.
All right.
Now, I'm trying to position myself to where they get no cover, but I think it's kind of hard to do, right?
So,
I would have to do something like that.
So the literal tree templates aren't quite what we're seeing. This is just heavily forested. If they're more than 6 inches away, they're going to get cover.
Oh, okay, I got you. But I need to be... All right, perfect. I am just outside of 3, which is the AoE of weapons, or most of the weapons, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. But I'm within 6, so I can take out his cover, and I got him behind in the rear arc too. All right, yeah, I'm gonna do that same series of things that I did before. I'm gonna try to hack him first, and then put out an APB on smack this spot.
Okay.
And I think it was, let's see, EW I got 2.
Yep.
So that adds 2 to my die, which brings me to 3.
Yep.
But it might take in 2 actions, so I drop 1. But I can use my action point to maintain 1, right?
Yeah. So you'll end up at 4.
So I should be 4 die.
End up at 4. Yep.
Okay. And I'm rolling on 5s, right? Or was it
End up at
4s for
Wait,
the
math,
EW?
Brain failure. End up at 2.
Yeah. Last roll I
1
did
plus
2,
skill.
I think.
Yeah, 1 plus skill, and then you lose 1 because you declared 2 actions and spent the action point. So you should be at 2. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. And then I'm rolling on.
So this is an opposed
my
roll.
commando.
Yep. So this is an opposed roll. The threshold is 5. Your iguana gives you +2 to that, so you're looking for 3s or better to add.
Okay, cool. And I'm rolling 2 die. So
Yep.
let's do it. First roll to jam or hack. Sorry.
Yep.
I got a 4.
Not
a very good roll,
He
but
got a 4 though, and since you initiated the action, you win the tie.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So he's at least haywired. Let me do the extra die.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Okay.
I rolled a 4.
So he takes 1 actual system damage, and then he has 1 level of the hacked condition on him. So he's going to lose 2 points to his dodging and shooting in electronic warfare while he has that.
Gotcha.
All right, Miranda.
And then next up, is the target designation
fire mission. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
And then it's the same idea. 2 die, pretty much everything,
it's
right?
going to be the exact same thing. This
okay,
is just
I rolled a 6.
Yep, you need a fire.
And a 6
cool.
plus a 3.
Miranda.
Yeah.
Would you like
So
to
I have
unload?
Target designated painted this guy for you. And he's hacked, sorry.
And he's hacked. So the things that I could do that with, if I remember correctly, are
the
MAR
and the GM.
and the GM, the LGM.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would lead with GM as a higher percentage of hitting.
Yeah, the guided mortar's the one that's going to absolutely plaster this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only other thing worth considering is the MAR is a rocket pack, therefore it doesn't reload. Like you've only got as many shots that are in the thing for the encounter.
There is a cool thing you can do. There is a cool thing you can do with the rockets. You will notice they have a rule called salvo on them.
Okay.
Salvo says you can just dump all of your ammo in a single attack.
You should do.
And you will get 1 additional die per ammo that gets spent after the first.
I vote to do this.
So you can go in and
I
say,
like this idea.
I've got 3 shots left on your artillery rockets. You can just unload all of them and get +2 extra dice for the extra 2 ammo.
Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do this.
All right, so we're going to do both the guided mortar and that.
Oh, dear God.
Oh, yeah, just kill them. Okay. All right, what do you want to do first?
Well, you know what? We'll do the salvo first. That sounds fun.
So you get 1 dice to start with, because that's just how the game works, plus your skill level.
Yep. Plus, so I get the 3.
Where
okay.
are you assembling dice? Over here. Okay, very good.
Yep.
Now, you are going to gain 1 because your spotter is in the rear arc of the guy.
Okay.
You're going to pick up 2 more because this is a... well, I'm sorry. You're going to pick up... math. Okay. Normally, you lose a die for indirect, but you get it back for the fire mission.
Mm-hmm.
Then, you get your 2 extra salvo dice.
Okay.
So you're rolling 7 dice, modifying on 5s.
Okay.
And he's about to have a very bad day.
He is about...
So,
he does get a bad day.
Dice roll.
9.
Yep.
Oh, dear God.
Oh, boy. It's damage 8. Okay, you don't one-shot him. He's got 1 hit point left. All right, now let's do your guided mortar.
And
your guided mortar
for this
ends up in the same spot because of the guided bonus.
Okay. So
it's the same setup. 1 dice base, +3 for your skill, +1 for the back arc. Normally you would lose 1, but you're going to get 1 back from the forward observation, and then the TD is going to buy you 1 back because it's got guided on it. So 7 dice again.
Okay. Yay! That's a lot of dice. I got 2 6s and a 5.
So you got an 8.
6,
you
7,
went by
8.
6. That actually does one-shot him. He just explodes. There's nothing left.
Kabooey!
Yeah.
Oh, no,
the one.
There's nothing left.
I was about to say for the short remainder of his life before the LGM landed, he had tinnitus, but that's about it.
That's no longer relevant.
Nope.
No, it is not.
I
believe that's everything for Alia, though. No, we need is a little grave marker for the guy.
Yeah.
All right, I believe that's everything for Alia, so that brings us over to Lucian.
All right.
Would you like to do your duelist combat thing finally?
I would like to, yes.
Right.
Now that I've lost my arm,
so what you
turn around on this guy.
Yeah, turn around.
Yeah.
You can move into his rear arc. He is going to get a reaction at you if you do that, because you're leaving his line of sight.
I'm just going to fire straight on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So how does this work? 3 actions?
How many melee attacks do you want to do? Let's start there.
3.
Okay. So you have 1 momentum for the start of the encounter. We're at round 2, so you should have 3 in total right now.
I think so, yeah.
You're going to go with 3 melee attacks. Okay. He's not going to declare any reactions to you. So we're just going to make our first melee attack. What is your melee skill?
4.
All right. So you're going to start with 5 dice. Would you like to spend your action point here or not?
On the first one?
Well, just add all.
I will on the last attack.
Okay, so your action point's going to cover all of them.
Okay.
So what an action point does is it basically says, hey, you pick an action. It doesn't count for making that penalty.
Yeah.
So if you spend it, all the actions you take are going to get better by 1d6. So normally what would
then
happen
I'll
is
spend it.
you would lose 3 dice because you're making 3 actions. But you get one of those back from the action point you're spending. So they're all going to be only at 3 dice, but they're all going to be at 3 dice. Now,
Perfect.
You have 3 momentum. Would you like to make a special move?
I would like to make a fast punch to start.
So the fast punch special move.
The target suffers negative 1d6 to dodge, and I gain a threshold bonus of 1 for the attack.
Yep, so normally you'd be modifying on 5s because this is an independent attack. It gets 1 better because the iguana's piloting does affect this, so it goes down to a 4. And you get 1 better on top of that, so you're modifying on 3s.
Woohoo!
And he's rolling 1 less dice. He didn't roll very well, so.
Hey, a 6. 5 and a 3.
6 to a 4 wins by 2, which with a vibro blade is going to deal 3 damage. Now, you spent a momentum to do that, but you got it back because your attack hit.
Yeah, so I still have 3 then.
Yep.
And now the next one costs 1 momentum less?
Yep, and that can bring it to 0.
So I will use a feint at 2 momentum, but I'll only spend the 1 momentum.
Okay, yep, so
I gain
at 2
a
momentum. He's going to get his full dodge, but he's only going to modify on 6s now. You're going to be modifying
and I gain
on 3s again.
On 3 again, yeah.
5 because it's an independent roll, plus 1 for your piloting, plus 1 for the special move.
Oh, sorry, just before.
Oh, 6 again. 4 and 2 3s.
You beat the roll him by 1. He got a 5, so you'll do 3 more damage. He's still up, though.
Wow.
And we'll finish with the rapid slash, which is 3 momentum. I have all my momentum anyway, but it also... How much does it cost? 2 or 1? It's reduced to 1. Oh, man.
You hit
wow.
with 2 special moves. All right, so the target's going to take minus 1 to dodge. You're actually going to take a penalty to your threshold this time.
Oh, I do.
So
yeah, this is a big
3, it's actually going to go back to... It's actually going to go to a 6. 5 base, plus 1 for your Mamba's piloting, minus 2 for this.
Come on, 6s. Hey, a 6!
Hey!
Okay, so you hit him and win by 3. This does 4 damage, which becomes doubled to 8. You have sliced him in half, doing a total of 14 damage, which is more than double his total hit points.
Yeah! That's for my arm!
Is he overkill too?
It's not overkill. You have to actually triple it to totally scrap it, but you also sliced it. It'll be fine.
Oh, okay. So he
is
on fire.
To shreds, you say?
Pretty much.
Sorry, just since we just did a duelist combat, and it's probably worth pointing out for the people watching at home. Although the momentum maneuvers are called things like fast punch or quick strike or anything like that, there's no restrictions on what weapons you can use with it. Like if you've got a vibro knife, despite the fact it says that it's a punch move.
For the most part, you are correct. There are some that do specify. There are some moves that only actually let you use fists. There's an entire subset that only uses vibro weapons.
Yeah.
As a rule, though, cool. Yep. But cue the Zelda music. We have defeated the battle.
Yay!
We are going to drop out of initiative. And you guys have the post-battle. What would you like to do before we move on?
The first
pick up my arm.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's going to be Catcher's job.
Being careful. Remembering that we have a mission and being careful of mines, I'm going to try and get visual on that boat.
Okay. Go ahead and move to where you're going to go.
I'll just go around.
So at this point, the boat is away and starting to move down the river. It is moving south towards the village that we were going to pass by.
Can I tag or identify it in some way? See identifying marks on it? Is it clearly trying to be seen?
It is an active vehicle, so it does appear on your sensors. It is just a fishing boat that is defined as unaffiliated. It has no weapons.
Right. Oh, just double checking if it has like a,
there's no
name or license number or whatever. I'll write it down.
Oh, good Lord, no.
Okay, team. Good job. Everyone, check in. What's your status?
And then I'm heading back
good.
towards Lucien to help repair him.
Part 2 of this
Salbin's
was
fine.
right?
As you get out,
Right, manipulator damage.
as you start looking at the repair, you do note there are at least 5 other mines present. It's going to take a little bit of time to clear, but they are going to need to be cleared. They're all clustered around here. In fact, you almost stepped on one. You're about 4 inches away from it, looking at the gear's foot.
Yeesh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
You got any
and
mine?
No, it doesn't matter where the exact mines are. It's more just somebody has to clear the mines or be aware of it.
I mean, do we have an anti-mine person?
Nope. Just got to drive around them.
No engineers.
You don't have an engineer who's
No.
able to do that.
no,
You
but
have
we
an
do have
engineer,
an
but she's kind of shitty at it.
yeah. Worst comes to worst, we do have artillery.
But going through some inner encounter stuff. Normally in Heavy Gear, we have to do what's called declare an intermission before you're able to do any special repairs or anything. But because of the nature of the one-shot adventure, we're just going to let that happen between sessions. So Katja can spend her time as you guys go towards the next location, which is a village. It's the Tiandin fishing village. Can spend that time repairing Lucien's arm. Additionally, everybody can reload any weapons. And if the weapon has the limited ammo trait, you are able to reload it as well.
Oh, good.
Normally, the limited
Yay.
ammo stuff cannot be reloaded in combat without a dedicated supply vehicle, which we don't have here.
And also,
Camel supply?
I'll check.
I was asking if the camels are supplied. Do they have supplies?
They are not carrying weapons and munitions to reload with.
Okay, gotcha.
Speaking of the caravan, I will check to make sure that the convoy master is still alive. That he wasn't in that front truck.
He was not in the front truck. That said, he's very irate that the guy who owed him 20 dinars was in the front truck.
Oh, battlefield scavenge. Is there anything we can nab off these downed gears?
Most of them you have largely fucked up to the point of being completely unrecognizable.
We have surviving pilots from these gears we can look at, or intel we can get from checking the cockpits?
No, you guys did a pretty good job of killing it. However, when you do pry... Are you going to pry open a cockpit?
Yeah, we should probably open the Black Mamba.
There's nothing left of the Black Mamba's torso.
No, but the Yaga that Lawson Malid, we might be able to get the on-net out of at least.
They're kind of all scrap. You guys successfully managed to overkill basically 3 vehicles. The Destroyer
so we
Hunter's the one that's taken the least.
Right. Can we get the black box out of any of them?
The on-net... Yeah, you can pull the on-net out of the damaged Hunter. However, when you open the cockpit and look down, you can see the pilot. It's pretty easy to identify the pilot. They're about 6.5 feet tall, bald, and purple.
Oh,
Right.
Yeah, Jan says something in French that I'm not going to say or translate.
What do we tell about their uniform and everything? Is it look? I mean, they're probably Badlanders, but
it is military. It is a former CEF uniform. This is a CEF Grell that probably was left behind and has since gone rogue.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm going to be sending a burst transmission to command. We'd most of it's going to be the 5-second summary of what just happened with the ambush, but it is going to end with it is that assailants are Grell, basically.
You are gently reminded that your mission is now to find where they are hidden and ascertain their strength.
Oh yeah.
Get first.
Any other battlefield stuff to do before we can move on to the next scene?
No, I've got pretty much everything covered at my end. So, yeah, basically just reorganize the trucks, move any wreckage out of the way, get rid of the minefield, and get on with getting on.
Okay. If everyone will pull their minis off.
Hi.
And with us.
Habib.
Lucien will just scold Miranda for shooting her autocannon so closely to him, and then mock her that her gear did all the work for her.
That's
and Jan will tell Lucien.
Shut up.
While you guys are doing that, I'm gonna start working on the next map, but also do the next set of narration. The aftermath of the convoy, everything begins limping on. Based on your mission to go hunt down whoever's causing this, and that you were reminded that, hey, that village might be a second front, you decide to go to this village, the fishing village Tianum, along the way.
Mm-hmm.
As you approach the village, village is a very generous term. It's more like 7 or 8 huts that are kind of vaguely stuck together.
Fair enough.
Pretty low quality, not much there. But you are greeted to about 50 to 60 townspeople, kind of all out looking, going, ooh, shiny, what's that? Seeing your gears and all the fancy vehicles. If anybody has a second, feel free to unlock the...
Oh, yeah. You want me to just go around and unlock them all?
Yeah, just keep the swamp. So 50 to 60 villagers kind of oohing and eyeing over the gears that are standing amongst them. About 10 of the villagers are armed.
That's okay. I've got
mostly with small arms. There's nothing heavier than a low-level assault rifle here. Certainly nothing that could threaten or even begin to threaten a gear convoy of this scale.
Yeah. Could they do any damage to the trucks?
Possibly.
Yeah.
They're just assault rifles, but it's not anything that a military entity would really need to concern itself with, especially those in gears.
It's more a case of that I know we have people in holy crap, from what I understand are unarmored trucks with us, so like I don't want to start a firefight and get them cut to shreds just because we decided.
The trucks will continue on to their designated endpoint. Your mission has now changed.
Cool. All right, so they're not with us anymore.
They are not going to be with you guys anymore. At the head of the group of about 60 people is a middle-aged gentleman and a younger girl next to him, judging by their facial features, likely father and daughter. The city itself, well, again, city is a very generous term here, is situated on the river, and you can see several boats of the type that you encountered during the convoy ambush tied off by the docks.
Cool. Before we go into the town proper, so to speak, Elise, Lycian, you've got the best senses. Check out those boats. Lycian, if we do happen to start a fight here, this time make sure you don't leave your back open to whoever's shooting at us, and don't bitch about if Miranda has to pull your fat out of the fryer again if you do. Okay.
Well, I never.
Good.
I mean, you were literally disarmed, Lucian.
I didn't need that arm anyway.
Right. This conversation is over. Let's get back to work, people.
Okay. Smack talk aside. The village is mostly just waiting for you, kind of oohing and eyeing over the combat gears that are most assuredly not really rated for this kind of environment here.
Yeah. Jan is going to basically just walk the Black Mamba up into town with the rest of the squad. If as long as you guys are okay with it, just formed up along with him. He's going to pop the top and climb out.
Okay.
And just ask the other two people with him to stay in their gears in case something strange does happen. Take off his helmet and walk up to the village headman and say, "Good afternoon."
Good afternoon.
I'm going to stay reasonably close while he's doing that.
What was it?
I'm going to stay reasonably close to him while he's doing that. I'm going to stay in my gear.
Okay. They kind of get up over. What can we help you? What's going on? What's happened?
One of you, and he'll point to the fishing boat that was on the river when we had the ambush.
I'd like to emphasize it's multiple fishing boats of the same type.
Right.
There's no identifying information that necessarily says it's that particular boat.
That's okay. We'll see how things roll out in the conversation. But yeah, Jan is going to say some of your people and one of your boats were witnesses to an ambush that we dealt with about half an hour ago. we'd just like to talk to you and your people, and find out what your perspective is on it.
Of course, I was just informed of that myself. Terrible thing. They were out fishing.
Mm. Someone laid mines across the road.
That is what they said. Yeah, there were some explosions at one of the road intersections.
Mm-hmm. Can I get a read of this guy? Like, I want to know, is his surprise genuine? Like, is his concern like, oh shit, a bunch of people with enough firepower to level this place have rocked up, and I'm kind of worried they're going to level the town on me, or are they trying to conceal the fact that they were involved in
So you can do
what
that.
was going on?
You've got a couple options how you can approach it. You
I
can
am
try.
just quick. Oh,
You can try and pry that information out of him using your leadership skill.
mm-hmm.
You are a Southern Republic commander, and they have to follow your instructions after all. That being said, leading people isn't quite what you're doing, so you'll take a small penalty if you do that. You've also got social sciences psychology, which is just a raw read as you're having the conversation. You've also got social sciences law, where you can start rambling about, prosecutions and people going to prison. So how you would like to approach that is your thing. Also, your perceptive 1 perk will come in handy here. If he tries to oppose you, you will win that tie.
Cool. No, that was my second question. So what I might do is I might actually layer this a little. So I might go with a social sciences psychology role first, to see if I can figure out if there's any levers I can pull. Like if I can work leverage or something on him to so I get some sort of advantage.
Sure, absolutely. Go ahead and give me your social sciences psychology roll.
Yeah,
and
so that's
this is where you could also potentially leverage some of your perks and flaws. You have a poker face.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely leveraging that.
Leverage that for a +1d6. Now you can't use that again until you use something as a negative.
Yeah, that's
all right. In that case, give me your skill test.
Yeah, I'm just quickly working out how many dice I'm throwing at the problem. Cool. All right.
It should be about 3.
Yes. Gosh darn it.
Okay.
That's not so good.
You, over the course of just talking with him and getting a read, you get the impression that he is also trying to read you and is maybe a little bit better at it than you are. He's obviously very suspicious, though.
Yeah. Okay.
And if anybody else wants to do something while this is happening or talk to somebody else, that's fine. There are several villagers. There is what appears to be the chief's daughter. There's also some weird crazy guy who's starting to ooh and ah over the iguanas.
I'm scan. Can I
Sure. That's just reading your sensors.
Yeah.
You would like to give me an awareness check to see if you can spot anything of notable detail.
Yeah, that's kind of what I want to do.
Okay.
Use my sensors and everything to kind of look around and try to find anything hidden.
Okay.
So is I just in my awareness?
That's going to be your awareness combat sense, but since you're not in combat, it's going to be you're going to lose a die off of it.
Now I have awareness sleight of hand.
So that would be more behind the scenes, sneaky stuff. So that would apply without.
That's kind of what. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
I got a 2 in that. So does that mean I got 2 dice or 3 dice?
1 plus 2. It's always 1 plus.
Okay, gotcha. And I'm rolling 3 die, and I'm looking for what, 5s?
This is going to be an unopposed skill test. I have to declare what that number is. It's going to be 6. I would like to point out that maybe her whole resilience thing about trying to find places to hide and all that in very dangerous situations might be useful here.
Huh? What is it?
Alia has that aptitude for scrappy resilience. She kind of survives in a lot of situations, and maybe she's used to finding those dark hiding places.
Gotcha. Well, I already rolled and I got a 6.
Okay, well, you got it anyway. So, looking around, you're almost struck by the complete lack of things that you're seeing. There are no vehicles aside from the boats. There's no major weaponry. There's no defenses. We're in the middle of the Southern Republic jungle, and there's active bandits. And the biggest gun you see is an assault rifle.
Okay. Don't really tell us a whole lot, I guess.
Perhaps maybe that there is something going on here, or at least they're not expecting any trouble.
Mm-hmm.
They're not expecting trouble, then sounds to me like they are part of the trouble.
Mm.
I mean,
So-
there were some lakes nearby. Probably that if they're not expecting they have to fight off something like that or worried about something like that, it means because they're friends, right? So
Come on, they're just villagers, you guys. Let's not pick apart the poor people of the jungle. I don't think they want Grell waging guerrilla war around here as much as we do.
Maybe
trying to
not.
Trigger finger on my bazooka here.
Yeah. So at this point, Jan's demeanor is going to change the conversation. I'm going to lean more into assuming authority.
Okay.
I'm going to be switching over to leadership, and it's the case. It's like
And what are you trying to do?
Oh, getting to that. So, given where we are and what we've dealt with, it's really surprising that you seem to only have hunting weapons and such. It's almost as if someone's protecting you. And if you were hiding someone from the Republic, as loyal and trusted citizens of the Republic, you would be duty bound. Tell me, as a ranking officer of the militia, that there was any problems here. You're going to do that, aren't you? So I'm doing a leadership role, basically.
As he does that, I'm gonna do the lazy L with my bazooka just to remind him.
Okay. Go ahead and throw an extra die on that for that.
Little big cop.
Yeah, cool. Well, I'm going to take it off anyway because I'm actually activating paranoia.
Okay.
As a negative, so that's going to
It'll
be
get you back to
add a
5.
dive.
Yeah,
Yeah, it gets me back to 5 basically, but yeah, which is still good, and that's pretty
8.
darn good.
Yep, that's an 8. So Alia's bazooka reminder gently kind of catches him a bit off guard. He starts blubbering about having seen any gears or anything like that, or no missing convoys, before very quickly kind of ending the conversation and storming off.
Turn around right now and come back here.
As he's leaving, though, just as he's doing so, his daughter kind of motions you to the side very subtly. Almost like she's
there's a
trying to
moment
get your
of
attention.
Yeah, there's a moment's pause where Jan sort of it's like he's trying to figure out whether he wants to like push that button right now, and then he just turns to herself like, "Please give me a reason why I don't arrest your father here and now for insubordination."
So she's going to immediately start pleading. He's not he's a good person. He's a really good village leader. He might have made some mistakes.
Keep talking.
Go ahead and see if you can convince her to do so. She's very hesitant.
I'm going to do the leadership role again.
Okay.
Because I think they're like, I'm in a position of authority here now, sort of thing. That is atrocious.
It's an atrocious role, but instead of just giving you the information, she offers you a deal. If you promise not to arrest or harm anybody in the village, you might know a little bit about where some things are coming from.
Tell me what you know, and if it's good information, then you have my word. I will not arrest anyone here. I don't have any way of getting them to somewhere where they could stand trial anyway.
She'll agree and kind of just like motion everybody off to the side. Meet me over this. Points to a building in the back, kind of dilapidated warehouse. She just meet me over there in the evening.
Yeah, we still like do the circle finger round up and head back to the Bamba and mount up. Once closed up. We're meeting the headman's daughter in the evening. For the time being, let's just back off. Give them some time to digest. Let this cook for a bit, and just watch and see what happens. Be discreet, people. we can do that. We're intelligence agents.
Do you guys have anything you want to do before we tick on time to the evening?
I'll do repairs as able.
I assumed at this point it wasn't 30 minutes from the firefight. We're several hours later.
Yeah.
That sufficient repairs have been done. Lucian's arm is back online.
Hey. Thanks,
I'll
Talia.
probably do more than I technically should because
okay.
that's just I gotta polish that apple. So
That's fine. That is not what that means.
Wait.
Yeah. Okay. Got it.
So that quirk.
Copy now.
We may have to change it. Basically, it means she sucks up really bad to her boss.
Got it.
Yeah, she's teacher's pet.
She's the teacher's pet.
Yeah.
All right. So the evening comes around, and you meet up with the daughter. In gear, out of gear. The warehouse, for reference, does appear to be tall enough for a gear to stand in.
I might have
I'm back here.
I might have one or two stay back in a gear, because even if it's big enough for a gear to fit in, you don't want to have a gear start a fight inside a warehouse. It's going to end up bad for everyone.
Okay.
And then have
Unless they're a melee gear.
Yeah.
Yeah, melee gear.
Yeah, well, actually, no, that's good. I'll have Lasan turn up in his Blitz Iguana, and if someone else wants to come with me on foot, then we'll have a sidearms on hand at least, and we'll have a chat.
By the way,
You know what?
does
I'll
it have any positive negotiation skills to put people at ease or make them feel comfortable?
Actually, no, that's a good point.
Insert, Jan can appropriate in not a dick manner, and Lyle's not
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
And Catcher's actually got a few good influence skills as well.
Katja has.
Yeah, I can do flattery.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I can be the good cop if you want.
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah, because it seems like she's on our side a little bit, so we could probably focus on good cop, good cop.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys
And go to the meeting.
Okay. So she's off in the shadows. It actually hides fairly well before popping out as you guys are looking around for her. The warehouse is pretty substantially sized. You're pretty sure a gear could very easily stand up in it. She opens the door very discreetly, making sure nobody's watching before slipping in and motioning you in.
Mm-hmm.
We going in?
Yep.
Okay. On the inside is a dark, very dimly lit warehouse. Apparently they have electricity here, although the buildings look like they almost have thatch roofs. It's pretty empty for the most part, except for a giant pile of rice bags in the back. And by giant, it's probably 5 to 6 meters tall, just stacked up.
Yeah, so it's sort of like doing the head arithmetic. It's enough rice to keep this place running for like a year or so, sort of thing. Like, it's a very substantial amount of rice.
Mm-hmm. She kind of points to it and says, "Through there," at the giant pile of rice.
Okay.
Am I following
what's in the right?
inside in my iguana, or am I waiting outside?
You're in the warehouse, so
Yeah. I don't know if I can pass through this bag of rice, though.
probably not. But I might have you stay in the gear if you're okay with that.
I'm going to, yeah. I might pop my hatch, though, just to seem more friendly to the locals.
Yeah, that's fair enough, and you probably improve your situational awareness as well. So,
While they do that, I'm going to focus on trying to talk to the girl and basically thank her for the work that she's doing here, and be like, you're clearly you're clearly thinking this through so much more than your father, and I can tell that you've got so much potential to be a replacement leader someday, blah blah blah. Just basically try and put her at ease and maybe make her volunteer something more useful.
Okay, give me a influence skill check for that.
Let's see, I've got flattery at 2 dice, so that's going to be
3 total.
3 dice total. And I got a 6.
Okay. As you're discussing this, she's still very cagey, but does let loose that, if she was in charge, she wouldn't let some Grells walk through the village on a regular basis.
Right. Look, cards on the table. we have no interest in your village. I'm quite happy to leave it off the report entirely, so long as we get what we do want, which is we want to know where the Grell are coming from. They're causing trouble, and they're only going to cause more trouble for everyone the longer they stick around.
She points to the giant pile of rice and says, "Through there."
Okay, head into the pile of rice.
Do we need to move some bags out of the way or something?
Probably. There are substantial pallets of rice here, effectively.
I can help with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
You-
As you're moving away,
Yeah.
it doesn't take long. Many bags of rice move before there is an opening in the back of this warehouse, about the size of a gear. Looks like Julius, the spitting cobra, can walk through here pretty easily.
Pretty big door back here.
A quick glance inside suggests that this might actually be leading into the McAllen Cave network.
Aha!
Oh.
Caves! Cave fight.
All right. In that case, get on the radio. All right, guys. Looks like we've got a path ahead. We're all gonna need our gears for this. I'll everyone pull into the warehouse. I'll come back and get my ride, and we'll take things from there. Turn to the girl.
Ian, we should probably also contact command and let them know what we're doing, because once we go on the McAllen network, we might lose.
We're going to be off the network. Yeah. Good call. I'll do that. Turn to the girl. So they're coming up through here, are they?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, turn to the village daughter. So
She's
they're coming
trying
up
to
through
slowly
here.
slink away. Says, "Yep,
Out.
just go through there."
Yep. Just go through there. What are we going to find at the other side?
I think they have a camp.
When you say Grells are walking through the village, how many?
30 to 40 at times.
How far in are we talking there?
Yeah.
Like right behind this door, or are they a couple kilometers through the tunnel?
I've never been through there.
Right.
What do you say, Jan? Maybe I go have a little look while you're all grabbing your gears?
Yeah. And that's actually a good idea. And remember, this is recon. If you can figure out how to get their coordinates on a map without us potentially getting into a firefight with 50 odd Grell and whatever hardware they've got on hand, that's fine by me.
I'll be on my best behavior, Scout's honor, and I place my autocannon down.
Yeah, and yeah, I'll head back with Katia. We grab our gears, and looks like Lazan's doing some recon whilst we're. Lassane is doing some recon whilst we're doing all that.
You go a couple 100 meters into the cavern network, and there's no immediate out to the other side.
I just want to scout in a little bit.
If you spend 10 minutes scouting, you're not going to find an end. You probably estimate it might take a couple hours to get through.
Yeah, fair enough. I won't go too far ahead of them. Just check the immediate vicinity, and being stealthy and checking for traps. Not to sound like a different game, but mines, other stuff.
You're going to notice that there are no signs of traps, but for the most part, this is a fairly singular path. What offshoots there are either blocked off or looks like they've been blasted closed, at least the gear-sized ones. There are a number of human-sized ones, or at least Grell-sized ones, but they don't go that deep and do show signs of habitation or at least people passing through the area.
Cool. So I'm just going to break for 2 minutes just to hit the bathroom. I'll be back in a second.
Let's go ahead and just do that period for everyone. So let's go ahead and break for 10 minutes. I'm going to stop the recording. Someone is going to have to remind me to restart it.
Sweet.
All right.
We're going to pick up where we left off.
Don't forget to hit record.
I have started the recording. So Lucian has gone several hundred meters into what appears to be the McAllen Cave network, and come to the conclusion that there's probably been some 1 second. Give me a second.
Yeah, we got an echo.
Yep, there we go. You see, when one of the people playing in this is 20 feet away from me in another room with open doors on the way.
Yeah.
Okay. So Lucian has been going through and doing a little bit of digging in the caves. Essentially concluded that it looks like people have gone through here. It's big enough for gears. And it's going to take a couple hours to get to the other end. I believe that's where we left off.
Yep.
All right. In we go.
I'm
What are we doing?
spelunking.
Mm-hmm. I'm guessing we. I'm guessing the tunnel's narrow enough that we can't have like it's only gonna be one gear. Like we're gonna have to go one gear at a time, aren't we?
Pretty much.
Yeah. So the question is do we want to have the gears with the best sensors up front, or do we want to have the gear that's most likely to be able to deal with any problems we come across up front?
Let's put Miranda in the front and then the best sensors right behind her.
That's
my.
Okay.
She's big and tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, Miranda, why don't you take the lead this time? Show everyone your skill.
Okay. I got the shit.
All right. Who is our best sensor? I mean, I know I got an iguana, but my sensors are only 18.
It's
I don't have
actually
anything
Lucian.
like extra.
It's actually Lucian.
Gotcha. Okay.
Well, Lucian is also the best melee fighter, which is probably most likely what we're going to run into.
That's
down
also
here, so
a very
maybe
good point.
That's the point.
No. I don't mind using Miranda as a shield, though, as well, for a little bit.
Oh, meat shield.
Armor, mobile cover. There we go.
All right.
Who's the one who took damage earlier?
Hey, that's why I need your mobile cover.
Shots fired. Shots fired. All right.
Anywho.
Do we
Canonically correct.
Okay. So it's going to be a several-hour trip through the cave network.
Mhm.
On the other side, you guys are going to come out, and now I need to draw. So this may take a second here.
No worries.
You're going to come
Take your
out
time.
onto a forested hillside. Quite a bit of foliage on the way. And looking
Forested?
down is a
Oh.
canyon. On the other side of that canyon is a small small area, containing several buildings before it butts right up against the mountain range. So let me go ahead and yank. Erase that. Boop.
Actually, just before we leave the tunnels, I'll say to Aaliyah, because you've got the right skills for it.
Mhm.
When we leave, I want everyone MCon until Aaliyah has had a chance to do a sweep for comms. The last thing we want to do is to pop out of the tunnel and suddenly let the bad guys know that we're talking.
So basically, I'm trying to detect comms traffic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or active sensor sweeps or things like that. Something like, so we have some idea what activities are around before we start making a lot of noise ourselves.
Right. I was kind of contemplating just shooting one of the buildings with a bazooka, but I feel like you don't want me to do that.
No, not yet.
Okay, I'm going to
Not unless we have to.
collect some minis here.
Wait.
Did I lose one?
And as much as I'm sorely tempted to just drop artillery on top of this, apparently we're not to rely on that.
I know, right? It's like, well, we can make this real easy and just start calling orbital strikes on all the buildings.
Yep. Fire for effect.
Oh, wait. Hold on, though. I want us to keep in mind, we thought that the caravan had bauxite and copper, and instead it had nuclear materials. What if these damn grill That's they've been getting nuclear materials this whole time. This is where it's been going to. We don't want to call an orbital strike on that. Next thing you know, have a nuclear incident.
Well,
Way too
sometimes
close.
the Republic calls on us to make sacrifices. I'm kidding.
No.
Nope. Yeah, and even if by some small chance they had managed to assemble a device, if it just gets hit in the head with a Thor round, it's not going to go nuclear. It might cause some environmental contamination, but in the great scheme of things, having like 50 kilos of plutonium.
Collateral damage ever stopped the Republic from doing anything?
This is also true.
Yeah.
And we're out in the middle of nowhere. Who's really going to be affected by this?
Us.
That's why we do it when we're well away, when we're back in the tunnels and out the other side.
All right. So you guys are coming out right here, pretty much where the minis are, kind of centrally located.
Yeah.
Somebody's on fire.
Not the fire, though. Fire can stay behind.
Fix that already.
This is another instance of very heavily wooded area. Line of sight being pretty well blocked past about 6 units. Otherwise, sensors work.
Mm-hmm.
What you're able to see, though, because there is some elevation change here, on the other side there are 2 bridges. The bridges are man-made. You have watchtower, some structures, and then 2 substantially larger structures.
Right.
But at this distance, you will not be able to make out much detail aside from they exist.
Fair enough.
So.
But at the very least, we all have stealth systems.
Let's go ahead and do this in reverse. Rooster, what do you do?
I am going to do that sensor sweeping, or really the sleight of hand awareness.
Okay.
I've got a 2 on it, so I've got. Mm-hmm. What's that?
Go ahead.
Oh, I've got a 2 skill in that, so I think I'm rolling 3 dice, right?
Yeah. So you're looking through anything kind of suspicious going through the sensor traffic.
Right. And sweeping for comms, too, if I can do that. Yeah. But I don't know if I'll pick up anybody on comms. Although I did roll really awesome. I got 2 6s and a 4. So I think it was a 7, right? Because I'm rolling on 5s.
On your iguana, it absolutely will.
Oh, that's right. You set the threshold. That's right.
It was going to be a 6. So because the iguana has a plus 2 EW, though, and you are using the iguana's electronic sensors, it's going to mean that you modify on 4s. So you're not detecting any major traffic, aside from the occasional small burst. Looks like maybe going between buildings.
Gotcha.
You are able to tap in. It sounds like standard radio chatter, kind of almost administrative.
Okay. Any indications of like how many units are? So it probably sounds like at least 2 units because one's talking to the other.
You'll hear at least
identify themselves.
You'll hear at least 4 different voices over the course of the communications.
Do they have any identifiers? And sorry if I'm metagaming too much, but
you're just hearing radio transmissions. They sound like.
How do they identify each other? Like, are they identifying each other with military like unit nomenclature, or just calling each other Bob and George?
They are using military communication techniques.
Okay, gotcha.
Is it encrypted at all?
Nope.
No. Okay. Cool. Oh, and just a quick question for our characters talking to each other, can we talk over comms between ourselves without giving away our position? Like yeah, cool. So like gears don't have laser link or anything like that for direct line of sight comms.
No.
Oh, isn't there something about whether they can touch each other?
Yeah, you can touch another.
Or is that just
direct comm? I think, but.
Oh, that's right. Cool.
Yeah.
So I have so many.
If you ever want to not listen in, you can always touch the other person, and that's just a direct link between you and that person.
Right. Cool. That's how we do it. Nope, that's fine. So I just have too many sci-fi settings running through my head with different ways of doing things.
I just remember this one because back in the old Heavy Gear lore, they started this where it's like, yeah, they kind of walk up. It's almost like you can walk up and put your hand on somebody's shoulder, and then you can talk directly to them.
Nice. Yeah.
All right.
Probably not in this scenario, but in the full game too, you can direct IR line to each other
Yeah.
if you have line of sight. But
That's what I was
Probably not.
wondering about.
We had to add that though.
so
We had to add that, and per the Jungle Drums adventure, I'm not 100% sure. Either way, what's the plan, guys?
Anyway,
I mean, we would have like basic scrambling, and all of our radios would be set to the same scramble codes, so to say.
oh yeah,
Or-
it's not the they understanding what we're saying bit that I'm worried about, because I'm assuming we have like I said, we have security and so forth on our comms, which will cover most of that. It's them picking up a transmission.
Yeah, they'll be able to pick up probably
yeah.
the transmissions are happening, but they should be scrambled well enough, at least initially. It'll take them a little while to unscramble.
Again, assuming somebody is listening and watching, though.
This is true.
Right.
So
That being said, we could go comms dark and talk about what we want to do. Like, for example, first, use the comms to talk about what we want to do, and then go comms dark and actually do it.
yeah,
So
that's
as we're
yeah,
probably don't want to talk too much.
Yeah. Yeah, we get together, we have a huddle with our gears and physical contact so we can talk openly, work out a battle plan, and then go do the thing.
Okay. So what's the battle plan?
Well, we definitely have to close within. But how do we want to do that? Just move up to the tree line and then look for hand signals of who goes forward and stuff?
I mean, how do we know these people are even?
Yeah, well,
people we're
that's
after?
yeah. So
Yeah,
I'm thinking,
establish
our
that
mission
first.
to
yeah, we need to
missions
get
to
on.
recon, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We need to probably get up to the edge of that tree line and start
Mhm.
using our binos to look into stuff. We do have optical zoom on our gear, so
Yep.
Oh yeah,
What time of day is it?
At this point,
That's
it's going to be later in the day, probably close to about 2,300 hours.
What if we wait till
Got it.
nighttime?
So it's not
Yeah.
like dark.
Yeah. What if we wait for full darkness?
yeah. We just wait a
Yeah.
couple of hours until it's dark.
yeah. Let's
We
do
can
that.
even go in on
um,
foot if we want to take that risk.
I think
If
for
we're scouting.
yeah, I think for our initial approach, because we have stealth gears as well, so that solves a lot of problems for us. We just like basically sort of like form a line, like a line along the like the near side of the canyon, like in the trees, and just watch for a couple hours and see what happens.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, actually. And then Nick, when we do this, can we just maneuver our guys up to where they would likely be,
Yep.
or
Put you where you want to go.
like I can basically put my guy in this tree line here?
Oh, where am I? There
Yeah.
I am. I will.
We want to go prone.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we can do that in these ones, can't we? So
You can.
yeah, I'll go up to a spot and then rules wise, brace, go dig in, but yeah, role playing wise, go prone sort of thing, or crouch down behind a suitably large tree or whatever, and make the best use of cover.
Yeah, same.
Bravo 6 going dark.
Let me know when everybody's placed, and we will advance. What's going on? I believe Katja needs to
I'm
place
going to pull rear.
herself.
I'll pull rear security.
Okay.
Cool.
So
you
maybe
guys-
back here.
Okay. So you guys are going to watch this for several hours. And initially, not much is going on. However, as time goes on, there's a lot more activity. Things start buzzing about. You get an eye on maybe 50 to 60 individuals. All of them Grell. Moving about
Yay.
inside the base.
That's
Each of the-
incriminating.
Each of the bridges has a watchtower on it with a Grell in the watchtower, as well as a couple of guards by the bridge itself.
Are they all armed?
They are
Armored?
all armed.
I'm taking no vehicles or
There are no
just
active
ATV
signs.
types.
So there's no active signs of vehicles initially. But after a couple of hours, you will get some pings off of this large building, which you quickly realize is actually a hangar.
Ooh.
3 targets
Aircraft?
will go live in there.
Mm-hmm. So just checking navigation. Do I have a coordinate? Like, do I know
yeah.
where on Terra Nova I am?
Yeah,
Right.
coordinates.
Cool.
Mhm. You have, I mean,
Cool.
you
So
can look up in the skies above you.
yeah. It just I wasn't. I just had to because I know that Terra Nova has fun weather and does weird things to compasses. So I just had to check with that and
For reference, this is
yeah,
north.
yeah. Cool.
Okay.
All right. So
Are we going to do anything, or are we going to just continue observing?
I think
Well, it's dark time. We've got a pretty good idea of things. Do you guys
yeah.
want to
What
discuss an
about
entry
those?
plan? Or...
What about those signatures that just went live in the hangar?
Well, that's the thing is that all we need to do is find information, find the base. Well, we've achieved our objective at this point. Our chief concern is making sure the information gets back to base. So what I'm thinking is if we pull back to the village, I can send we can compile all our sensor information, send a nice big juicy data
While
package
you
back up to
guys are being
Lazarus.
indecisive, the door opens
No.
and 3 gears pop out and begin moving towards this bridge.
Hey, boss, looks like we got movement coming towards us.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna back out. We better back out now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pull back
Better
towards
back out
the
now.
cave. All right. Yeah, we're pulling out.
Shimmy, shuffle.
Oh, yeah.
Don't think
She can only move half.
Shit.
So are you guys moving stealthily or just moving?
Stealthy.
Yeah,
Okay.
stealthy.
Stealthy.
Okay.
Like trying to stay down, even prone if I have to.
Yeah, but I'd say it's going to be a little slow, and it looks
Yeah.
like this group is actually following out.
Well, we could just pull off to one side and let them go past us.
Oh, if I hack them, that slow them down.
Yeah.
So if
Actually,
you
I'm
hack
gonna
them,
take a
it
trick
could-
right from the
it could
Rebel
slow them
playbook.
down, but it will let them know you're there.
I was gonna say
Right,
I'm gonna take a tip right from the Rebel playbook, and I'm gonna shut my gear down.
Let's say so. Mechanical point here. You could shut the gear down. You'll still be on thermal, but you won't be on sensors. You could also go stealth, go passive, which means they basically have to be right on top of you to see you. When it comes to stealth.
Yeah.
Can you ping the cave entrance on the map, please? Right, so we could just set up also to ambush them when they try and walk through there, because they'll have to clump up and we can just shoot them with all the artillery.
This is true.
Yeah, I
We can
like
also
that.
ambush them inside the cave. Is there a place in the cave that opens up where there's like a smaller entryway that leads to a larger cavern?
They had pretty well.
And we could spread out.
They had pretty well demolitioned most of those.
Yeah.
I mean, are you saying the cave is just one long, slim corridor, or
there are a few small offshoots, but for the most part, they have destroyed most other paths.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking we could actually go into the cavern, wait for them to come in, and then we're picking them off one by one as they walk through the corridor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't think there's enough space for us to be able to do that.
There isn't going to be really enough room to have a lot of space to do that. It would be very cramped.
But when they go into the cave, they're going to be within a 3-inch AOE, which is coincidentally the size of all of our rockets.
Yeah.
So basically, we're saying hit them right before they enter the cave. If we even know they're heading towards the cave, they could be just heading towards us right now.
But yeah, I'm thinking we go stealth. We go passive and drop our signature as much as we can. Let them move through, and hit them in the back when they're at the cave mouth.
Okay.
That sounds good to me.
So, Lucian, you should probably cut more left or something, or right, one or the other.
I'm buried in the trees in the most stealthy way I can. I think Prof said there's like a passive. That's like below passive sensors?
So sensors. Your sensors are either active or passive. When they're active, they're full range, and anybody else can see you and know you're there. When you go into passive sensors, your sensor range is halved, but you're only spotted at half range, which does stack with the stealth kit for a total range on whoever's trying to look at you of about 4 inches.
Ooh, boy.
So,
Yep.
I assume this isn't quite your
And of course,
exact
what we have
position,
in front
but
of-
Yeah,
We've got a
depends
cheetah.
how much I could have moved. Yeah.
yep, you have a cheetah, you have a destroyer jaguar, and you have a Kodiak that isn't reading a known variant, but it has a heavy autocannon and a set of heavy rocket packs.
Sure.
Interesting.
It is going to be the
back
one to spot us.
Cheetah, after everything, is going to have a range of 9 on its sensors. And that is information you would have access to.
Yeah.
Just stay at 12. So it's time to shoot.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, 9.3.
Okay.
Thank the prophet.
And since we're essentially operating from surprise, I'm going to suggest player to player. Let me have the first action. Because I can give you all a free action, basically, if I roll well.
You see my gears manipulator go up and give you a little thumbs up.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
Probably
Cool.
like attack, right?
Yeah. So I'm going to try. I'm going to try to do a leadership role, and the command option I am going to try to use is all together, which is diff 8. So if I can just. Oh no! I just want to select the dice. Oh, no, not all the dice. Sorry, 1 second. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And you're going to have a +2 to this since nobody's going to be contesting you. So you
All right,
normally succeed on a 8, goes down to a 6. Well, okay, you still need an 8 to succeed.
Yeah.
But you're modifying on 6s.
Yep, and that goes down to 5 because I've got I've got EW of 1
That accounts for all that.
on the Razor Fang.
So the way it works,
Oh, right, okay.
The way it works is you have 1 dice base plus 4 for your skill, so you're rolling 5 dice.
Yep.
Your
And
your threshold starts at 8 because that's the difficulty of the roll for unopposed rolls.
Yep.
You have you have a +1 EW from your Mamba. You have a +1 from the satellite uplink, which is currently uncontested.
Yes.
So that 8, you still need an 8 to succeed, but you're going to go down to 6s for modifications. So
right,
you rolled a 5.
Yeah. So no,
you have failed.
Damn it.
Okay.
Right. Cool. I was just checking to make sure I got all the dice that I was supposed to have.
Okay.
All right. No worries. Bugger. Oh well. I still have an action.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to remember what Dug In does.
So Dug In is going to let you get you extra benefit from cover and improve some ranges.
Yeah. That's right, because you count as aiming automatically. Is that it? Oh no, that's Sniper does that. Sorry.
No, Sniper's.
Yep. Yep. So I'm going to dig in. To get the bonuses to shooting. I'm going to spend my AP so I'm rolling full dice. And yeah, fire a full salvo from the rocket pack centered on the Kodiak.
Okay. Kodiak is not aware you're there, so he is not going to have a chance to dodge against this. But you guys are going live, so they'll know after this.
Yeah. Yep.
So this is going to be an unopposed difficulty 5 roll. Are you salvoing all of your ammo out?
Yep. Full salvo. So I'm dropping, I think it's 4 reloads for the rocket pack.
So it's 1 base plus your skill level, which is a 2 or a 3 on him. I don't recall.
Oh yeah, I'm just trying to remember how much ammo Rocket has.
So Rocket has 4, and you're already spending 1 of them, so you have 3 left that you could spend.
Yep. So that's going to be +3. That's fine. So, and salvo, is it just damage or is it damage and attack dice?
It's extra dice.
Extra dice. Cool. So that's 3 plus 3. I have a gunnery of 2.
Normally, you would
Alright.
be modifying on 5 since this is an unopposed roll, but you're down to 3 because your Black Mamba's +1. So you got a 9.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're going
Yep.
to win by 4. Light
Mm-hmm.
Rocket Pack is damage 7, so you're going to get an 11. You are going to do
It's AP.
You're going to do 2 points of damage to the Kodiak.
Yep. Is that including the AP?
AP is if you would fail to do damage.
That's right. Yeah. Sorry. All right. So yeah.
With that, we're going to go into an initiative for the rest of this.
Okay.
Hey,
So.
Oh, and that's AOE, so it'll be affecting the other guys as well, won't it?
Yeah. So go ahead and take that same roll, -1 dice on the Jaguar.
Yeah. No worries.
And then this is our awareness combat sense, right?
Yep. It's going to be awareness combat sense for initiative. That is a 7.
Yep.
So you're going to get 2 on the Jaguar.
And same for the other guy the cheetah. That's right.
Yep.
Four.
I actually missed the cheetah.
Oh well. I still did some decent damage did some damage on the other guys at
Yeah,
least.
because
hello.
your flub salvo and everything, I'm going to have us go
Mhm.
into initiative for the rest of this. That's
Nice.
an impressively failed initial ambush.
And the only other thing I'll do is I'll hit transmit on the setup link. So basically, I'm sending as much data as I can up about everything that we've found out in the last couple of hours.
Okay.
So they know we're here now, so I might as well just get the message off.
Okay. Let's go through initiative here. What did Alia get for initiative?
I think I got an 8. I got 2 6s, a 5. I'm rolling on like
8.
5s,
It'll
right?
Be an 8. Yeah. You're rolling on
Okay,
5s because
gotcha.
nobody's opposing you.
Gotcha.
All
Yeah.
right, going down the line, what did Jane get for initiative?
1.
Okay.
Oh.
What did Miranda get for initiative?
4.
Okay. What did Lucian get for initiative?
2 6s for a total of 7.
Okay. And what did Katja get?
4.
All right. So Miranda, Katja, you guys have to pick who goes first.
Why doesn't Miranda go first?
Okay.
Yeah, sure, why not?
All right, Alia, you're up first.
I can just try and clean up.
All right. Gotcha. Well, I guess I'm going to go for that classic maneuver. I'm going to swing over here and do that ECM and forward observation game again. Let's see. EW, I got 2 plus the 1, so that brings it 3 die, but I drop 1. Well, I drop 2 because I'm choosing to do 2 things, but I get 1 die back because I'm
You're going to spend your
using an
action
action.
point. Yep.
So it's 2 die, and I'm rolling on 4s? Or wait, this is an opposed roll first.
It's going to be opposed, so it starts at a
EW.
5. Plus 2 for
Gotcha.
your 1 again,
No,
down to 3.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. All right, so I got 2 die, and I'm rolling on 3s. Gotcha.
Okay. Proust gets a 7.
I don't know what that die just did. It went
Whoa.
perfectly balanced in the system. I'm just gonna re-roll that one
Just
die.
re-roll that.
All right, there we go. We got a 5. What
He
did
got
the Kodiak get?
He got a 7.
Well, that's just bonkers. Okay, but I'm still gonna try to do the target designation.
Okay. The cheetah
same
is
thing,
going to
2 die.
attack you when that happens.
Oh.
All right, let's do it, Cheetah.
So the reaction is going to turn it into an opposed roll.
No, that's not a
Rule of
very
the
good
fate.
roll. I think I just got silenced.
Maybe.
Unless you roll a bunch of 1s or something.
It did not roll a bunch of 1s. So you have been silenced. You have been jammed, and you got a 3.
Yeah, I got a
Okay.
3.
So what's going to happen is you're going to get a damage result called jammed. I'm going to put that in the description.
Mhm.
it beat you by 4, so you have a jammed of 4. You cannot use your radio or any of your electronic warfare to hack, communicate, or anything like that for 4 rounds.
Yeah, it's all turned
You
off.
can, as an action, try to clear that, and it will remove more of that penalty.
Gotcha.
It'll be an electronic warfare action to clear it.
Well, I think
and that doesn't apply.
I'll be jammed.
So, yep.
Oh, and
sneak back a little bit farther.
if the
That was
source, if the source of the jamming gets removed, does the effect stay in play until it runs its duration?
Correct. Oh, yeah, Alia, you've moved far enough back now. You guys kind of walked out of range and got really, really tunnel visioned. There are more contacts that came out of that warehouse.
Yeah, I did see him.
Bro.
Yeah.
It's turned into a 6-on-5, but we still have a sort of advantage.
Well, Lucy's
you take that Kodiak
so we'll see
down.
what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Go for the Kodiak, Lucian.
Oh yeah, go for the melee on the Kodiak.
Kodiak reads as having a light vibroblade.
Kind of punch him in the face with it.
Actually, can I get past this guy without getting engaged? Without him attacking me, if I move behind him to come up behind the cheetah.
Yes,
I think if I kind of do like a
you've only got to stay outside of his contact, so you should be fine.
Yeah, but does this terrain? This is going to cause difficulty.
In pure walker mode, or your walker mode.
Okay.
You're not going to take that penalty.
Perfect. Then I kind of move up to there, and I come up behind the cheetah, and I fall.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no! Oh no!
Wait, what?
Why can I move the cheetah? No! I'm gonna stop touching it. Yeah, and I'm going to. 3 attacks again. In melee. Which I believe we calculated was 3 dice with all the bonuses and modifiers.
4 point on there, -2. You're gonna get 1 point for the back, so you should be up to 4.
Ooh, oh yeah. Even more exciting. And I have so that's been a bit of time. So I only have 1 momentum this time, don't I?
You will be at 2 because this is your start of the round. So you get 1 to start the encounter with, and then 1 to start the turn.
So I'm gonna come in with the knee kick for 1 momentum.
Okay. And the effect of the knee kick?
It will target their motive systems or legs.
So what that means is the damage result that's going to come out is going to be on their legs.
Cheetah. I see a 6 in there.
Cheetah got an 8.
I think I have, and because I have a piloting, it's only 7 though. Damn.
Yeah, you missed.
Whoa, he's faster than I thought.
All right. So Lucian's done.
Do I get my other attacks?
Keep going.
Okay, yeah. So, well, that failed. So I lost 1 momentum, but I still have 1. So I will go for the fast punch this time. He loses 1d6 on his dodge, and I get a bonus.
Bonus on your threshold to get you up to a 3.
Threshold. Yeah. Let's try and correct
better.
this. Uh-oh.
That looks like a 9.
Are we gonna move that just like that happens?
He got a 6, so you're gonna win by 3.
Oh, well done.
Light vibroblade is damage 10 or damage 7, so win by 3 is gonna get a 10. You're gonna do 5 damage to that cheetah.
Ooh, that's gonna leave a mark.
And if he's still breathing when he's done, I'll care about what the actual damage result is. But you got 1 more.
Yeah, the last 1 more attack, and now so I get my 1 momentum back, and it lowers the cost of my next one. So I'm going to use a vibro stab, which is 2, but it's lowered to 1, so it increases the AP of my vibroblade, and I gain 1d6 on the attack.
Okay.
Bring in a 5th dice.
Whoa.
Big attack. A lot of
Oh,
twos.
no.
Dang.
Oh,
A 5.
no.
I think
That
that's just a
actually
5. Or is it a
gets-
4?
So your threshold is down to a 4. So you'll get a
Yeah.
6. The cheetah
get a 6.
only got a 4 though, so that will finish the cheetah.
Yes.
You will just stab him in the
All
back
right.
and it will fall forward.
Ha, you may have
Alright.
ducked my leg attack, but
I
Can't get away from this
believe
blade.
that's it from Mr. Lucian.
that was it. That was my 3 attacks. Yeah.
All right. Kodiak turns around. It is going to go
Oh, hello.
at normal speed. An imperious voice comes over the comms and says, "You have stood before Colonel Proust, and now you shall pay for it."
Colonel who?
Yeah.
Did you say trout?
Yeah.
Proust.
Trout?
Yeah.
Proust.
He is going to move over a little bit. We're too close for that, so he's going to go say hi to Alia.
Oh,
He's
that's
gonna
not very
unleash
nice.
a large salvo of rockets at you.
Gotcha. Well, heckler and conch. Does my top speed matter?
It does. You're still at top speed, so you'll get 1 defense dice.
Perfect.
And you
Gotcha.
will
So
also
I start with
benefit from
1, I get 1 for top speed, and 1 for cover.
And then whatever
Um,
your skill rating in piloting is.
Oh yeah, that's right. Piloting 2, so I get 1 more for
You get 2.
1 more for piloting or 2 more for
You
piloting.
get whatever
That's
that
right.
number skill is, so you should be at 5.
Gotcha. Height. 6, 7, 8, 9.
Proust got an 8, so he will miss.
Choo.
And he's going to use his second action for a shot with the autocannon. So same thing. We're going to do
On,
another shot with the
Alia?
autocannon on Alia.
All right.
Kodiak has 2 action points, damn it.
Mm-hmm.
6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah,
I got another 9.
That will miss again. So we're over to Miranda.
Oh, you're
Hey.
advancing.
I wanna try to fuck up that Kodiak.
Okay.
Yeah, you may want to plant your feet and just unload on that thing.
So
Watch
what
your
is?
AoE though. What's his name's in there? Lucian.
Oh yeah, that's right. Lucian.
Yeah, be careful.
Yeah, what did I
That's
say, Miranda, about
something.
blowing him up?
Oh, Lucian.
Hey,
All right.
friendly.
Prime real estate though.
So, what do I got? I don't know any of this stuff.
What do you need?
Well, your autocannon is good for single targets. Your guided mortar and your artillery rockets will hit Lucian unless you like put it between or make it hit and mark where it doesn't hit. But then never all the targets become secondary. So that's why the autocannon, either that or going into melee if you've got some melee abilities. But yeah, you
Or
definitely want your
She
single target weapon.
She can ram for free as well, which is worth noting.
Ooh. There you go. Yeah. Ooh, start off with a
What
ram.
is-
Let's get into a brawl.
So what does Ram do?
All right, so we're going for Ram. Ram is where you're going to run in.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Alright.
Of all the things I expected you guys to do, ramming Colonel Proust, I cannot say was one of them.
I'm just hoping it takes him by as much surprise as it's taking you.
Why not?
I mean,
Why not?
Miranda in a Cobra versus Proust in his Kodiak. She's gonna ram him. She's gonna try to kick him in the nuts. Really.
It's
She's the
it's
one that
kind of
would.
iconic.
Yeah.
Where the hell did?
Now that's a free action. Can she shoot her weapon as she's coming in, maybe, or
So
something?
yeah, the free action just means that when it comes to counting how many actions she took for that penalty, it counts as 0.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So
Oh yeah,
You
you
can
could.
shoot your auto
you can
first
shoot
and then
your
run in and
autocannon on
ram.
the way in and then ram, and there is no penalties at all for doing that for you.
Okay, sure. Why not? Let's do that.
Okay.
Let's do that.
So let's go ahead and resolve your autocannon first,
All right.
because well, it probably should.
All right. So what am I doing?
All right, so you're gonna make a gunnery attack.
Alright, so that's 6 3, so start with base 4 dice.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to fire semi or full auto with your autocannon?
So what is...
Semi-auto is going to give you an extra die.
Uh-huh.
Or full auto is going to
You
give you an
mean
extra
plus
die.
1, right?
Full auto is going to give you an extra die. Semi-auto is going to give you +1 to your final total at the end.
I
Burst
just want
is
an extra die.
better.
Okay.
Yeah.
So burst is going to give you an extra die. Do you want to use any of your traits on this, like your weapon or focused trait?
How does that work? How does
So
the focus
she has
trait
an
work?
aptitude.
Uh-huh.
That aptitude is... let me grab over here. Fighter's focus.
Fighter's focus.
She is
Yeah.
dead set on the fight in front of her. You can
Okay.
use that to get 1 extra die, but you won't be able to use it again until you use something else for a negative. So do you want extra die on this?
I have an idea. Yeah, sure, let's do that.
Alright. So you should be at like 6.
Alright. Yep.
Okay, and then roll.
Alright. Alright, let's see what I got.
Tunk.
So high die is a 6. You don't have any bonuses to your attack, so 5 will add 1 to make that a 7.
Yep.
He got a 9.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the way a ram works, you're going to move into base contact with him. So,
Mm-hmm.
Go to the rear if you can.
and it's going to
Go to his
What?
rear. Plant yourself in his rear.
Yes, you're going to land like right here.
Yeah, there you
Okay.
It's technically trying to grid snap things, so we're just going to go with it right there. All right.
Okay.
For every full 6 inch, so you are going to make a melee attack against Proust.
Alright.
And Proust is going to get to roll to dodge you. So you don't have a melee skill.
Oh.
So you can roll 1 dice, or you can use your piloting at a penalty. You use your piloting.
Your piloting's at like a 4.
Yeah, your piloting's a 4, so
Yeah.
you're going to take
Yeah, you bet.
the 1 plus 4.
Yeah.
Minus 1 because it's not
think
the
I'm-
direct skill.
Okay.
And you're going to be in a post roll versus him to dodge.
Okay. Oh.
High die is a 4.
All right.
6.
What?
You got a 5 for a +1. You don't have any modifiers on top of that. So you got a 7.
Yep.
Proust got
Nice.
a 10.
Yes.
Oh.
Too bad Alia didn't A-wire him.
Yeah,
Do we have anything else?
it's almost like he's a boss character. Who would have freaking guessed? Is
Yeah, I
Miranda-
was gonna
is-
say,
is-
is
is
this
Miranda
guy tough
done?
or something?
Yeah.
All right, Katja, you're up.
Well, Miranda can
Okay.
move more if she wants to, right? Can she move top speed, probably?
If Miranda wants to do some more moving, Miranda can do some more moving.
Yeah, you got a couple extra inches if you want to reposition her anywhere in particular. Not that it really
Um,
matters. You definitely
I
want your
just
back
want to
guard.
be behind them.
So base contact with Proust is
Yeah.
not a bad place to be. So
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to do this to your model, not to mess with you,
Okay.
but that way your rear arc is kind of away from everyone.
all right, Katja, what are we doing?
What's having seen it earlier? How deep do we think that river is? Is it probably unnavigable?
About 100 meters down. Not depth.
Okay.
It is a canyon.
Oh, okay. And so, do those bridges look high quality, or could they be blown up by, say, a salvo of rockets?
They're probably gonna take a little bit more than a salvo of rockets, but if you guys worked on it, you probably could blow up the bridge.
So, if I was to salvo all my rockets, I don't think I could take down this
No,
bridge.
but if 3 or 4 people did, they probably could.
Okay,
And,
so we're not-
And we do have
Crosses,
people
but-
with bazookas and shit as well, so. And maybe even hand grenades. I'm not sure whether any of ours come
Most
with
of you
the
have
feather-
have frag grenades.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we have explosives on hand.
I was just thinking if I could, in one round, delay all the backup that's coming our way, which I can't super well. So at this point, they definitely know we're here, but they might not know where I am, and I'm not the best shot here. So I think my best bet is probably to move around the side to an ambush position, ambush them from outside of their sensor range when they come across the bridge.
Okay.
Yep,
He
sounds good.
disagrees with that concept. I'll just go normal combat speed. Or can I go top speed without triggering them on sensors?
If you walk into their sensor range, they'll see you, which is currently halved
Right.
because of currently their sensor range is going to be a 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
As long as you stay reasonably decently away from the fight, you're not going to get
So long
picked
as
up.
you're in passive sensors, they go that far.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. I am gonna move then all out, and I'm gonna move. Gives me on foot 12 inches.
So if you go all out, that's going to double your move to go to 12.
So we'll just go to here. Yeah, we'll go to here. Staying in the woods so that I'm in a good position to deal with reinforcements. While we might need most of us to wreck this group here, I'm not the best shot anyway.
No, that's
Excuse me.
cool.
So I'll just move up to there, and I'm just going to focus on staying out of line of fire so I can ambush any reinforcements.
All right.
That's me.
Well, that's going to take us to them. They're going to get moving.
What do we actually have up there? I should probably take a look, shouldn't I?
Well, where are you?
Okay.
Where's your character?
Oh no, yeah, I'm down there.
So if you're on passive sensors, you don't have.
Oh no, I can't. Yeah,
You don't have
that's
visual.
fine.
You don't have sensors. You just heard Alia call it out later. It goes, "Oh shit."
Yeah. Yep. No, that's fair enough.
All right. He's gonna move back here, and Mr. Lucian's gonna get a bazooka to the back.
What?
Deja vu.
You will get cover for this.
Yeah, this keeps happening.
You will get cover for this.
Okay, so that's 1 extra dice to make up for his bonus for shooting me in the back.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be 5 dice.
Piloting +1, yeah. So it should be 5. And your piloting +1 kicks in, so you're gonna modify on 4s. Oh dear, Lucian. Oh dear.
There's 2 cocked dice. You could reroll
There's
those.
only 2 4s though. That's not.
Oh.
I see a 5 to the Jaguar's 8.
Uh-oh.
This is not good.
This might hurt. Medium bazooka is damage 8, so it gets an 11.
Armor 5?
How many hull integrity
Sorry.
does the Blitz Mamba have?
Blitz Iguana.
So HI is hull integrity. That is available hit points. It has one-shotted Lucian in the back. Lucian, you're not dead,
Eject!
but your gear is down, and you will need to spend an action to eject on your next turn.
Oh, man. Miranda, where were you?
Flames.
Oh, damn. Oh, well.
All right. That's the buddies. So we are up to Jan.
All right. Let's see. 7. So where's that ruler thing? There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Your ambush does not seem to have gone well.
No, it has not. It has not. But we'll do what we can to try to fix that. So I just need to go back to you. So maybe.
And while you're doing that,
I'm
I'm going to
gonna
pull up Lucian's individual weapons because I think they might matter.
Oh, fair enough.
I have a little sheet here. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
have the stats, but I can pull them out.
So I need to remind myself what they are.
You
Stealth
can
heavy
get to
gear
my gear.
hands.
We could just swap.
Yeah, so you're going to retain the effect of having stealth because of the stealth suit. +1 for
Uh-huh.
the pilot suit. You have a light pistol, a light knife,
Survival kit,
Uh-huh.
goggles,
and don't forget you've got radio flares. For the
radio
orbital.
flares.
Yeah.
Yep.
You can call in an orbital strike.
Yeah. What was it? 3 every 20 seconds for an orbital strike?
Three, one every 10 seconds, but 3 in total, so 30 seconds. To do
Yeah.
it.
Sorry. Yeah. 3. Not 3 every 20 seconds. Oh, so
Yeah.
it's 3 every. So it's 1 every 10 seconds for 3.
Yep.
To be orbital. Huh?
And 4 for the extract.
At 20-second intervals.
So
Yeah,
Yes.
that one's the one.
So it's going to take you about 5 rounds to call in an orbital strike.
Mm.
I don't think we're at that point yet. As I get one shot.
Okay, so first things first, I'm going to spend another command point, so I will have 1 left after this. And if I can find my sheet again, sorry, 1 moment. Here we go. Concentrate your fire, so diff 6 on Proust.
Uh-huh.
And let's roll these dice. That's more like it.
Hmm.
Proust got a 7.
Yeah.
You got a 10?
Well, you got
Yeah.
9, 10. 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, yeah.
All right,
Nice
so
roll.
win by 3. What weapon were you using?
Oh, no. That was my command roll.
Yeah, you absolutely got it.
Yeah. So the next 3 people who shoot at Proust get 1 extra dice, but drop the lowest. And I'm going to follow up by shooting Proust in the back. I've maneuvered as best I can to get in his rear arc.
You got it.
So that's 1 dice plus 2 for my gunnery, plus 1 in the back. I'm using my autocannon.
Mhm.
Sorry, I should have said that. Burst firing for another one, and 1 from the order.
Mm-hmm.
And roll. Daka. Oh shit.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So that's a Yahtzee
7.
10.
Yes.
Proust
Okay.
got a 5.
Holy crap!
All
Yeah.
right.
I just
You're gonna clock him for 3 damage.
Yeah. I'm just thinking Jan is basically just charged for straight forward, holding the trigger down on the Mac, and just like kill that Kodiak.
Hmm.
Yeah. So 3 all up, was it?
Yep.
Gosh, how many points does it have left? I've done 5 to it. I don't know if anyone else has done anything to it.
You've done 5 to it.
Yeah.
5 damage to the Kodiak.
Yeah. Has it taken any neg mods?
It has a couple. I'll let you know when they come up.
Oh, fair enough. No,
Okay.
that's fine.
How much does it take to kill him? Does it just take 6, like the Blitz Kodiak, or is it different?
It's 7 in the RPG.
Okay, gotcha.
Any gear in Blitz that has more hull than structure gets the total +1.
Gotcha.
So if you're 4-2, that actually ports at 7 hit points in the RPG to reflect that extra hull point.
Gotcha. So he basically has 2 health left?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
That's also why like the base Jaegers are running around with 7. New Cole Chasseur only has 6.
Gotcha.
But it also has the ability to move like the wind.
And then if somebody is X and 1, like I think it's the Razorback and the Boa, that's 2 extra hit points in the end. So a Boa actually has 8 hit points.
Gotcha.
It's a resilient thing. So that's me done. So we're back to the top of the.
We are back to the top of the initiative orders.
Yeah.
Alia.
All right.
Alia, you have a bazooka.
Yep, I know. And my comms don't work anymore, and none of that stuff works. So I'm just gonna plant my feet and fire a shot on Proust right there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, which
Uh,
means you can't benefit from my order, unfortunately.
Why not? Oh, because it's only when I move, right?
No. It's you need to have comlink with me. If you can't hear my order,
so
which you
it's
can't
comm
because
link
you're
to receive
jammed.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, got you.
You didn't hear it
I
because
couldn't
your
receive it because my
comms are
comms
freaked
don't
out
work.
right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm all jammed up. All right, so let's see. I've got a gunnery of 2. So I start with 1 die, add 2.
Yep.
For the gunnery,
Standing
+1 for bracing, right?
Yep.
And then was there anything else? Oh, loose cannon.
Oh.
Can I claim my loose cannon thing?
So
Or
loose
wait,
cannon
loose cannon's a bad thing.
It's a bad thing.
Okay.
Well,
Oh, scrapping resilience.
Yeah. You're not
Can I
going
claim
down
it?
here. You're not going down here. So you can claim that for an extra die.
Hell yeah. All right, so I got 5 die, and I think I'm rolling on 5s. Is that right?
We're rolling on 5s because it is an opposed roll and you don't have any modifiers.
Ooh, I got some 5s. 6, 7, 8.
You win by 2.
Nice.
Which that is a.
And I've got at least AP 2.
Yeah, so you are going to knock out Proust Skier.
Yay!
Proust.
Take that. Take that. You're a.
And we need to take him prisoner.
Oh shit! Taking him back as a prisoner, that would be a coup.
Oh man, I tell you what, I think we just reset the whole Heavy Gear universe.
All right, Lucian.
New cannon starts.
Lucian, you're up.
Peace
You
River.
are in a burning gear right now. You might want to get the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah, I'm releasing all my latches, all my safety belts. I reach down and I grab the ON net and I rip it out from under my seat. And I leap out of the hatch if it's still able to open. Yeah. I jump out. I see the gears around me burning. I don't see the pilots emerging out of either of them, the other damaged vehicles. I don't think so. So, I can move 3 on foot, right?
Yep.
Unless I move all out.
Somebody
I
might
can
need to
move
pick
6.
up.
If I move all out, I can move 6, right? I can double it.
Correct.
I get into these. I'm just gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna end up in. I need a token, I guess. Yeah, I'll just grab a dice for now. And hide right there in the trees. Run towards to Yawn. Situation's getting a little out of control, sir.
All right. That brings us to Miranda.
Okay. So,
You can see the Bazooka Jaguar, and you've been informed there are guys coming up the bridge.
I'm gonna try to take out the Bazooka Jaguar.
Okay. First question: are you standing still? Or are you going to move?
I'm gonna move.
Okay. You got to move a 6.
Right there. Right there. Okay. Okay. Facing that dude.
Now, this might be a good spot for AoE.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking is some AoE. I think
you do have sensor lock to that lead guy, so you can AoE.
And it does have AoE. Yeah, all of them are in the AoE. If you target that lead guy. Actually, I think it doesn't matter which one you target; they're all in their own AoEs.
They're all going to be in the AoE.
Yeah. Oh, so I could. You mean these guys way over here? I could just unleash on them?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically you target the lead guy, and then both of the other 2 targets are going to become secondary targets for each attack.
Take your artillery rocket, unload all 3 ammo points with salvo.
That's what I'm going to do. Okay.
And it may even take out the bridge underneath them.
All right, so you're in range. So standard gunnery attack. So it should be 1 + 3 for Miranda.
Yep.
You cannot see your target. You're going to lose a die.
Okay, so I
However,
need to
you're
take away
going to
that.
get 3 back because you're going to expend all of the ammo on your artillery rockets.
Okay.
And just Katyusha rocket this thing into oblivion.
So it was 3.
Grid effect.
I don't know if in
Take one
setting.
away. And 3 more. So yeah, I got 6. Okay.
What's the cipher?
So I don't know if in setting the rocket packs on the back of the Cobras have the rockets have the doom whistles that the Germans put on the walking Stukas, but I feel like they kind of should.
All right. Let's go ahead and make the roll. Lead guy. Oh, this might end poorly.
I just rolled 4 5s.
So your highest is a
5, 6, 7.
And then every other 5 or better adds 1, so you got a 8?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you beat him by 4. He explodes.
Yay!
All right, now you're going to do the same thing on these 2 guys. Drop a die on both.
Drop a die on both?
So
Okay,
let's start
alright.
with this guy here. Lose a die and make the roll again.
Okay, so
dear.
I had 6, so I need 5. Okay. Alright.
That is a 5.
Alright.
That will miss
5.
him.
Okay.
And then over here on his buddy.
I got 1 5. That's all
I
I
will
got.
also miss him.
Damn it. Oh, well, I destroyed 1.
It's all right. Did you declare 2 actions?
Nope, just the 1.
I only
okay.
declared 1.
Yeah, that's why you didn't take a penalty.
Very well.
Assuming you spent your action on it.
Yeah.
That would be Miranda then. Catcha.
Cool. Can I fix Aaliyah's jammed?
You're
Status?
not going to be able to do it on the jammed. It's mechanical repair.
Got it. Oh, this Destroyer Jaguar is about to go next, and I'm going to charge get rich
Mhm.
environment, so maybe I can just take him out if he doesn't know I'm here. Right, I'm past sensor range.
You are past the sensor range. He does not know you're there, but he is in a combat scenario, so he is going to at least attempt to dodge or is moving like you would.
I'm going to brace and full salvo with all my rockets at him.
Okay.
All right.
What's the worst that can happen?
Mhm.
Okay, so 1
Okay,
base
so that's
plus
gonna
your
give me-
gunnery at 2.
Yep, so 3 base plus 1
1
or
brace.
bracing.
And then
And
3
salvoing.
for salvo.
And then do I lose 1 because of the trees?
You are too far away. You are not going to be able to see him, so you are going to lose 1. So you're just going to... Should be at 6 dice. Uh-oh. Go ahead and
Do that
reroll
roll?
that.
One's got.
Go ahead and reroll that. So you have a
Plus
gunnery
1.
stat of plus 0, so that's just a 5.
Yep.
Your rounds shoot past him.
Oh dear.
Oh,
Zip.
man.
Okay. He
I tried.
saw that. He saw Proust go down. He is going to pop a shot at Miranda while moving at top speed, and then use his move to fall back. Okay. Bazooka shot at Miranda. So Miranda's going to need to dodge this. You are going to benefit from cover.
Okay.
I think you got a 4
So what do
piloting.
I roll for charging?
So
For
piloting,
dodging?
dodging is your piloting skill.
Okay.
So which
Which
on
is a
Miranda's
4.
4.
A 4? Okay.
Plus 1, because that's how every dice roll starts.
Gotcha.
You're going to get 1 more because you're in cover.
Got 5.
So 6.
Should be at 6.
Hey.
Yep.
Lisanne, I just put down the sniper team next year dice for you. For you.
Oh.
So
I couldn't find where the other minis were, so perfect. I'll use that.
All right.
Thank you.
High die is a 6. 5s or better, add 1.
Where's
So
it?
you got a 7. He will miss and fall back to the bridge.
Yay!
The other 2
That's a
buddies will shift back and kind of take up a defensive stance on the bridge. All right. With that, I believe we are back to Jan.
Okay, so looking at the piles of smoldering, or the pile of smoldering Kodiak, is the pilot trying to get out?
The pilot has not tried to get out at this time.
Okay. In which case, I'm going to go and pick up, stow my vibro blade and pick up Lassian.
Okay.
And just say over comms, extract. So
Hey, just don't get into combat with me on you. I'll jump on the hand.
Yeah. And then, so movement, I'm assuming that it can't go at speed, and pick him up at the same time. That might be a bit harsh on him.
Can.
Oh, okay. In which case,
Go into the cave entrance.
grab him, and then I'm heading towards the cave entrance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is anybody not going towards the cave entrance?
Nah, I'm gonna follow.
Yeah, I guess I'll follow suit.
We
I kinda
transferred
wanna
the
press
coordinates
on.
correctly, yes?
So here's what's going to happen. If you guys just leave, we're exactly at 6 o'clock, so it's about when we should finish. If you guys leave, that actually does end the adventure with a mission accomplished.
Yeah, I'm happy with it.
Hey!
You have successfully reconned the
Lost
base,
my gear.
got a rough estimate of how many things were there, and we're able to call in an artillery strike on it.
Yay!
All right.
And did we assassinate one of the most feared Grell warlords on the planet?
Maybe,
We didn't
maybe
look
not.
inside.
Maybe,
With
maybe
a
not.
side
If you
character.
didn't see the body, he's probably alive.
Probably. I was sorely tempted to sort of like pry open the cockpit with the vibro knife or something. But I just thought, no, we need to get out of here. This is.
I was scared there was gonna be Grell pilots getting out of those things with me running around on foot.
Just
Yeah, that was a worry.
I don't want to get into a shootout against a Grell with a 9mm pistol. Thank you.
This is true, but in fairness, right next to you there was someone with a 30mm cannon.
Yeah,
So, and Grell, like Mordreds are hardcore. Don't get me wrong, but they really don't like high velocity.
There shouldn't be any Mordreds in here anyway, is there?
Be in
Oh,
danger
there's
of getting
gonna be
Grand Theft Auto out
Not
of
in-
your gear by
Yeah.
a Grell.
In the
Yeah.
game,
Okay.
probably
Yeah.
not. Most of it's
Yeah,
gonna
Mordreds
be,
are a little big.
Most of
Yeah.
it's going to be Minerva's. Canonically,
Janus
Rossixman
and-
is one of them,
All right.
and he's actually a Morgana class.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yes, his Mel Morgana, which
Yeah,
is
he's one of the flip
cops
gender class.
yeah.
Oh, who was in the Black Mamba in the very beginning?
That was Rossixman.
Anybody in particular?
Rossixman. That's the
Okay, gotcha.
Morgana. That's him. Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
Well,
And he's outfitted with basically shaped charges on his Mamba. Basically, if he goes down, it explodes.
oh, fair enough.
Okay.
That's a bit harsh.
Well, it's his choice. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm guessing it was some. I'm some crazy ultra fanatic thing because they're Grell. Grell tend to be strange in the head.
Come on, it's not their fault.
And, this
No,
is,
it's
Grew
not
up in
their-
a vat. If you grew up in a vat, you would too.
this is
It's not
the,
their fault. They're actually
So this is the
deliberately
5-player
programmed
version.
that way.
So this is the 5-player version of the one shot. The main differences between the actual adventure and this: the actual adventure has an extra encounter before you get to the base in the cave network.
Oh.
Right.
You actually get ambushed by some Grell on foot in a couple gears, including a fully very pissed off Morgana.
Ah, cool.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, that was actually really fun, though. I mean,
That was
It was,
fun.
yeah.
Yeah, it was a
Duelist,
jam.
now, yeah, the duelist. Holy crap! Those combos. I need to run up a duelist now here.
We also,
Yeah.
I also didn't put anything higher than Momentum 3 on that. There are Momentum 4
Yeah.
skills.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I totally made so many mistakes. Like I didn't use my R3 ability, and I probably should have took a bonus die for being a natural pilot on
A
that being
lot.
shot in the backside roll.
So
I probably should have done that. I probably should
yeah,
have took that dice.
if you haven't played the RPG before, it's very easy to not use the personality traits for things. Those are the one thing that that tend to get glossed over, unless you have somebody actively using it and you can see it.
Mhm.
Yeah. I meant to use
That's-
unwavering loyalty at the end there for the last attack because Viva la Republic and all that
Yeah.
stuff. But I just
It's
forgot
just
about
one
it.
of those things I forgot, and as soon like after it was like a minute after the roll, and I was like, man, so
Yeah.
silly of me. I probably needed that
It
extra
does show
dice.
how spending more time on making your attributes really can reward you. Something that really shows off your character trait in a
Yeah.
a wider sense, and
Oh
really
yeah,
be used in. You'd think looking at it like, oh, why don't I just be like world's best pilot, right? Then I can just be the best pilot. But if you are, scrappy and determined, that's going to come up in so many more
the
situations.
most powerful thing out there is actually a very applicable quirk because it can go either way.
yeah.
If you can get a quirk in your character's personality that you could reasonably use in most situations, who is throwing things?
Kind of all of us.
Not me.
Oh, we degrade down into childish
That's
stuff.
it. Flip the table.
Yeah, if you have a personality trait on your character that can go either way and use as a quirk, that's the best one because you can just throw it out wherever you need it. And that's kind of the fun thing. That's what I think Heavy Gear 4th Edition does that a lot of RPGs don't. Is there actually is a mechanical, here's your character's personality, go play to that personality.
And it's one thing which I've noticed, which is a real difference between me creating a character either for the one shot that I made or even just for the role playing game that I'm looking at playing with Scuttle. Is when you're seeing that in yourself and creating a character, it's so much more. Those attributes are so much more personal. It is very much a case of like, who is this person? What are their thing and so forth. Like I know one of the reasons why I probably did forget that stat is because you gave us characters sort of thing, which is fair. That's what you have to do in a one shot.
Yeah, sadly.
But yeah, like it's one of those things which I'm looking at because I'm also looking at potentially, hopefully, running a long-term campaign soon. That's something I can go to throw at the players. Like this is a way for you to connect with your character. This is a way to make it a more interesting and intimate experience because it's a case of they're not just stats. It's not just like a lot of other role-playing games where it's a bunch of numbers on a sheet and rather impersonal. No, it's a case of that this is a person. They have these quirks and peccadillos, and that makes them a bit more fleshed out and makes the world a little bit more real. So it's really good.
Very early on in this process.
Yeah, like
sorry.
I'll kind of piggyback on that too, because one of the things I see, which is very, I think, important, like the character that I was playing in the original Jungle Drums was a little bit of a pushover, to be honest, because everything was so stat focused and she doesn't have all that great stats. But yeah, exactly what you said. I was able to use Alia kind of really effectively just by leaning into her little skills, and it wasn't just all stat. Because I only had like a 2 on piloting and gunnery, so.
And
that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like she ended up being a fun character to use, and she was capable. Not like the first Jungle Drums, where it was like, oh yeah, none of her stats are good enough.
Yeah, the old Jungle Drums is very much the Miranda show for all of the combat.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
mm-hmm.
And then it's the Jan show for everything else.
That's not great.
Yeah, the side characters really kind of can breathe and show themselves off a bit. And yeah, you can definitely see that in this game.
And the last time I ran this, the person who played Katja really ran up the Katja personality trait stuff and ended up being one of the major players in the campaign.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
I do a bit. I was actually kind of interested with Katja, but I also went, I do not have the energy today to play that character the way I felt that she should be played, because I felt that she should be sort of getting in everyone's face all the time, because she's all about grabbing attention and having people like getting involved in things and stuff like that. And I just went, I've woken up at 2 a.m. this morning. This is not going to happen. So, but yeah, no, it's great. I actually but
It takes some
I've been a
time
fan.
to get
Yeah.
used to the skill system, and especially if you've gone through and created your character, I think it's very different.
Yeah.
When you've actually said, okay,
Oh,
here's my skill, here's what I intend to use it for, and you wrote it for that. Sorry to interrupt you.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. So the other point, which I thought is, again, this is for the people watching later on, or just watching the feed as it's live. It's worth noting that the characters what we're playing today are advanced characters, and a skill of 2 or 3 on a starting, like when you're building a starting character, if you want to build a fairly broad-based starting character, 2 or 3 is actually a pretty good stat.
Yeah, Lucian has a melee 4, which
Yeah.
is unusually
Which is a bit
high.
It
ridiculous.
is not
Yeah.
It's very high.
possible to make a default starting character with a stat of 4.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
wasn't
possible.
100% certain of that. I know you can get to like 1 or 2 3s without too much. Well,
So
like
the
you can, but
standard
you're going to
spread.
sacrifice.
So the
But
standard spread of skills is 2 3s, 3 2s, and 5 1s.
that's right. Yeah.
That's the very standard I've seen people fall into of skill set. If you're
Yeah.
going to create your own. Also, it's a lot easier when you're doing character creation with the skills because you actually, when you're picking those specializations, they're a little bit more on point. One of the things about these characters is we did not recreate them, we converted them. These are the 4th edition conversions of the characters. So there are some things about them. We did change a few of them. Alia did not have an electronic warfare skill previously, but nobody did. Nobody
Yeah,
did.
fair enough.
So we added that for Alia. But there's stuff like a bunch of them have a foreign language skill, which is fine.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which is fine, but doesn't matter here in the Southern Jungle because everybody's going to be speaking universal French. Like it wouldn't come up here. And instead of changing it, because the idea is in theory, you can take these and go for a wider adventure.
Yeah, that's the only
Canonically, if
place it comes
anybody's
into effect.
curious, they characters, as I recall, canonically, I think they actually get defeated and captured, if I recall right. And the daughter of the village lets them out, or gets them on a breakout, and then Proust just leaves.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly. I don't know if there's ever a formal canonical answer, but that's the closest we've got. Because we know Proust survives.
They did orbital strike.
Yeah, there is.
We know the orbital strike happened because there's a newspaper entry about it.
Yeah, there is an orbital strike, but Proust doesn't die, so that suggests it wasn't 100% successful. It does stop the raids.
The other factor with that as well is that particularly if the PCs get captured, Proust isn't an idiot. Proust is going to go, oh, there's this Southern Special Forces team with relatively advanced gears who rocked up on my doorstep. Maybe I should move. And there's going to be a delay between, even if the coordinates were sent out, there's going to be a delay between High Command getting the information, relaying that to strategic warfare, them redirecting a satellite, and then dropping whatever warhead that the artillery is dropping onto the site. Like, it's not going to happen within minutes. It's going to happen maybe within an hour or 2 hours. And that's enough time for Proust to go, you know what? Yep, everyone mounts up. We're out of here. Anything you can't carry, we're leaving behind.
The other thing is, if the player characters do get captured, which is essentially party wipe, yeah, they have to get bailed out by the daughter to do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's Operation Jungle Drums.
And the other thing with language as well, if you did want to work that into the game for people running this as a one shot,
it's there.
It would be really easy.
It's actually in the so there in the adventure modules. There's a finale section.
Oh,
the
right.
finale section for this details what are the expectations for like success. This is a partial success. Mission accomplished, objective destroyed. If you guys go full special forces and work your way in, there's actually a bunch of stuff to discover in the base.
Oh, right.
But that's not explicitly stated. It's not supposed to be. It's kind of like an on-the-fly thing. Proust's status is actually irrelevant to win-loss. And if the party is defeated, they are captured by Proust and hung from cages over the canyon.
Oh.
And then eventually what happens is the village daughter comes in and saves everybody.
Nice. But with the languages, it's like, so we were listening to communications and stuff. I mean, they're Grell. They may not be speaking Universal French or Anglican or one of the other Terranova languages. They
They're
could be
not.
speaking Siberian.
They're not,
So
although I suspect it would at least be, you could recognize military parlance coming out of it.
yeah. But that's the sort of thing where if you really wanted to use it, Jimco, is a make a languages roll to see if you can figure out the syntax and sort of get a rough feel for what they're talking about.
Yeah. And again, if you're
Yeah, 'cause
doing
I think they would be-
this as a not one shot, totally.
Mm.
Um,
Oh, yeah, that's certainly.
Yeah, and this also was a stripped down version for people at home. You know, the characters do have a little higher dice. But there are actually more options. We weren't using things like domain expertise and personal scale equipment that can give you more of those things like the flex dice, or reliable dice. Sorry,
rerolls,
Yeah.
just
wrong
get all
DP9
of
game.
it. None of these gears
Uh,
have any customization on them.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like, one of the first things you would do in this game is Miranda immediately buys a gunnery upgrade to go to gunnery +1 like the Black Mamba.
Oh, good lord, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Just
And
because
Katya
of-
immediately starts modding everything because
Yeah.
she can.
Yes.
yeah, the only
And
modified...
Lucian puts on a little field armor so he doesn't get one shot.
Actually,
Yeah.
I think what Lucian would do is he'd probably get a shield.
Yeah, that would have
Yeah.
been great. Although getting shot in the back. Can I put it on my back?
So the shield only works to the front,
Right.
but it counts
Yeah.
as cover against ranged attacks, so you can just stand in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
Mm.
get 1d6.
The other thing you can do is you can buy some stacks of Brawler. So,
Mm.
which is
What
just...
about AMS?
I'm sorry?
What about AMS for Lucian?
AMS is
Anti-missile
absolutely...
Theoretically.
Mhm.
Yeah. The other
Yeah.
thing
You know,
was,
if we had destroyed those other gears without blowing them up, we could have, taken their weapons, say,
Yeah,
grab another
there,
bazooka and add it to the group.
there isn't much
Yeah.
of value there, but yes, you can absolutely do that.
Mm.
Just
Another thing
in
that
a
could-
one shot, we're not going to go into vehicle customization.
like another thing that could work well for I've forgotten his name. Mr. Malee is swapping out the light autocannon for a frag gun.
That anything bigger for a melee weapon.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Lots of options.
Honestly, Lucian, if he's actually playing that game, I think I immediately strip that iguana.
Yeah.
Just recustomize it.
Rebuy the piloting upgrades, and then just go for the bigger melee weapons and say screw you.
Mm. Go for the old school duelist rapier with the two
That's one
iguana
thing.
with the two vibro rapiers.
Yeah, because I was like, yeah, sweet duelist, and then I looked at the vehicle and I'm like, it only has a regular light vibroblade. Like I thought it was gonna come with the sword. I thought it was the rapier iguana, but
So interesting.
yeah, like Prof said,
second
I would
edition-
customize it. Yeah.
In second edition, they actually call out alternative vehicles, and I
Oh.
don't
Nice.
recall if they're in fourth edition. Don't quote me either way.
Right.
But for example, Lucian's alternate vehicle is a rapier iguana.
Aha.
So in second edition, it was an option to say, hey, you could give him a rapier iguana. A lot of stuff changed between the editions, so it's not quite a one-to-one comparison anymore. It's actually a little weird. Some of the gears are kind of strangely not optimized. Lyle, for example, he's a Jaeger Commando, which doesn't even exist in Blitz. And we had to dig it up to go find it. It's a Jaeger with a light rifle, a light anti-tank missile, and an armored jacket.
Oh, weird.
It's also not
It's like
air-
the
it's
Pathfinder
also not
Jaeger, or-
airdroppable.
Yeah. That's interesting.
There's a War of the Alliance variant, if I remember right, for kind of hit and run operations.
Yeah.
Mm.
But it's
But,
interesting
Since
as
it
the
was intended
sniper.
for veteran troopers.
Mm.
Yeah,
But-
it's got the armor jacket because it's supposed to be for higher status individuals.
Mm. But I could easily see if you wanted to stick to stuff that's in bunny ears in canon, or in current canon, you could easily swap them out for a longbow Yaga, and that would probably work pretty well.
Lyle and a longbow is actually what if there is an alternative listed is what I would change it to. By the way, thank you for everyone who watched this. If you're watching the recording, catch you later.